Welcome everyone to Overwatch Contenders Fall Series APAC 2023. My name is G Cloud. With me we have Unknown. We're back with APAC today. Yesterday was Korea. Some packed action. Back into APAC. And it's going to be awesome because we're going to have some great talents and great teams coming up soon.
Yeah, and what's really interesting for me today, G-Clef, is that APAC is going to play on the new patch. It's going to be on live.
That's right. Last week was a different patch.
Yeah, so last week it was a different patch. We've seen a little bit of Risa. We saw a little bit of the Junker Queen. So
some
it was
Sigmas.
Some Sigmas, especially in Midtown. So this week I'm definitely expecting some different compositions, namely the Zarya that we've been seeing in Contenders Korea. And that's going to affect a lot of things, especially the map pool as well, because G-Clef on Hybrid, we saw a lot of King's Row.
Yesterday,
instead of the Midtown.
Because of Zarya issues.
Exactly. So last week we saw a lot of Midtown. We saw a lot of teams go preferring the Midtown map on Hybrid, but so it's gonna shake a lot of things.
Yeah, I wish because we already got to see Midtown. It's a great map, but because we got to see it oftentimes already, I wish we get to see a lot more King's Row. And also, what happened to Blizzard World? It's there. It's selectable, but
yes,
no team is actually picking that map.
I think maybe if I kind of think about why, because there's no reason to. Because if you play like if you play a Zarya comp, if your opponent rather plays a Zarya comp and you can't, then King's Row is kind of like the map to play if you want to have an advantage over the Zarya composition, because Zarya doesn't have very limited access to high ground, and that's where you can get that advantage, especially if you're on the defense side. But Blizzard World, like, even if you play, if you can't play the Zarya and your opponents can, they still can have access, or they can find a way to go around the high ground, because there is that left corner on on point A where you don't necessarily have to engage in the high ground. So maybe I think that may be an issue. And also for the Orisa composition as well, like, there's no reason necessarily to prefer Blizzard World over Midtown. So I guess that's one of the reasons why Blizzard World isn't as preferred as the other two maps.
Yeah, also from Suravasa and Lijiang City, those flashpoints, man, they've been amazing game threes happening all over the place, either as APAC or Korea or any other places. That flashpoint map 3, whew, just... Exactly. I have been loving it. There are some crazy flips, and I'm expecting exactly the same today.
Yeah, we've been seeing, even yesterday in Contenders Korea, we've been seeing insane fights. Like, there's sometimes that I was really unable to just keep up with the action sometimes. And like you said, G-Cliff, these teams, these APAC teams should be, I'm expecting the same from them.
Yes, it is going to be indeed incredible matches today, as we have 3 more matches to go through today and tomorrow. And then in about 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks, we will have the finals for APAC. And that will be a Wednesday, not a weekend date. So make sure you have that marked, because we're slightly moving schedules. Or last week was Monday, Tuesday. This week it's Friday, Saturday, and then 2 weeks after it's actually Wednesday. So make sure if you're following APAC only. But of course, there are other regions between that time. So make sure you tune into every Contenders, because it's just full of talents and a lot of new names, old names coming back. It's always a fresh scene.
And if you look at the bracket that's coming up on the screen right now, G-Clef, remember, last week we didn't send any teams home, but today, starting today, we will be saying goodbye to some of these teams that lose today. And also, reminder that this is going to be the last competitive season on Contenders APAC for this year. So this means losing here today means that it's the end of the year for you.
It is. And you can still go play great Overwatch and Overwatch 2. But in terms of competitive and your team, you might be saying goodbyes after today. We're talking about that lower bracket, especially the teams that has to play today. 6 below Invincible, Fade, and then GUK. Of course, on top of those two, we will also have the winners finals, basically. Winners finals match. Heaven Sent versus DAF, those two outstanding teams. We'll see, because they have history of going against each other, but you never know. And when the different patch hits in a couple of months, it cannot be the same story.
Yeah, so I think Heaven Sent and DAF should be a really, really interesting match today, because Heaven Sent has been very dominant, has been like almost like, I guess, unmatchable in terms of power level in the previous matches. And DAF, yes, they did win, but not like in a such convincing fashion as Heaven Sent did, but no doubt that these are both the best teams on the current bracket so far. DAF having already, like, even beating Beryl, one of the pre-tournament favorites, to be there. Yeah, so
they're close to 3, but still, DAF was coming out on top. And so we will see as the two teams playing for the last match. They haven't lost, so even if they lose, they will still be able to climb back from the lower bracket, because they're indeed very strong. But we will start from our first match. Here is 6 Below versus Invincible. Like it, like the golf ball image comes to my mind for 6 Below. I don't know why, but but much simpler on Invincible's side in terms of logo.
Yeah, so I guess not tragically, but I guess interestingly, these are the two Japanese teams that will be going against each other today. One will be going home. Well, one will be not being knocked out of the tournament. This is your starting 5 for 6 Below today. You have TQQ, you have Roromi, you have Max, you have Sakume, and you have Kiro01. This is almost this. If I'm not mistaken, this is the same starting roster that we've been seeing from last week as well. The previous weeks as well. I think that Roromi starting means that they will be definitely using the Genji, because Royale has history of playing the Genji and the Tracer, the traditional flex DPS.
Oh, yes.
So maybe we can expect a Zarya Genji composition from the meta here. Sakume, Kiru, O1, all good supports, and also the two players on the bench can also offer a lot to the squad.
Yeah, also Max, sometimes, depending on the map, was having some trouble with the placements, fighting against the opponent's Sigma sometimes. We'll see if that is fixed. Or some Zarya action. It seems like for some teams that has a lot of great Genji players, it's basically required right now at the meta. Might not actually hit that mark. And on the other side, Invincible, their opponent, Daisy Undersea, Leono, Gotsum, Link, and Kivis, and NHZ. And actually, he's not starting with Gotsum again.
Yeah, that's very interesting because Leon Optrix usually is considered a traditional main tank player, so maybe that's going to be hinting a Orisa pick instead of the Zarya, which a lot of the traditional off-tank players are playing. And remember, G-Club, this is predominantly a Japanese team, but the backline, the two supports are Korean. So maybe we've kind of questioned about maybe a lack of communication, because sometimes they seemed like they were a little bit off in terms of coordination. We'll see that if they have used this week to kind of fix those kind of issues. And the first map is going to be Busan.
Busan, I think, is the first map, and it's a perfect map to see if they actually have the teamwork and the communications going on right. Because from Korea, at least from yesterday, we've seen those longer range duels happening from a lot of teams to check out, especially what they're feeling, what heroes they're playing from the opponent's side. When we started Busan, I think it'll be a really good test for both teams to exactly see what they have prepared for today.
Yeah, so if you kind of look at the compositions that come out, usually based on what we've seen on Contenders Korea, most of the times it's kind of divided into the Orisa composition versus the Zarya composition. The Orisa composition is predominantly a poke composition where they want to keep their distance and out damage them before the opponent can get in range. And while the Zarya composition sends the Genji forward and using that Zarya barrier to farm that energy and get into range. By the time they're in range, they will be having that damage. But it looks like by the hovers right now, we're going to see a Orisa mirror matchup.
Yep, and let's see if that's those Symmetras. Starting off, we'll keep on playing or go back and instantly switch. Daisy going back to Soldier, okay, just for the teleport. And keeping that Mei from Rumi.
Yeah, so this is kind of surprising to see for both sides, because this is what we've been seeing on the previous patch. This is what we've been seeing last week from these two teams as well. So a little bit, I don't know if they're kind of like keeping their cards close to their chest right now, but it looks like at the current moment they are more comfortable playing with the previous meta than the current Zarya meta.
So far, just longer range poking on both sides. And 6below does have a better position to capture the first point. And no other contest. It will start going for 6below. And as I say that, Undersea gets taken down immediately. Torbjorn, no shots fired. Okay, 1-1 trade with a DPS and a support.
I think if you just compare the two compositions, maybe 6below does have a little bit of a compositional advantage, because you have the Sojourn, which has a higher pick potential than this Soldier 76. Yes, the Soldier 76 also has that pick potential, like I just said. Oh dear, Daisy just took out TQQ. That means Invincible has a numbers advantage.
Yes, just around me here. Both supports were already taken down from the field early on. Invincible lost the first point, but immediately turned after. Actually kept it cool, away from the point, but most of the time the supports were keeping it exactly the same. Had the early Matrix to actually push in. So great job by Blink.
Yeah, so 6below will be having their chance to retake, because they will be... It looks like they're going to be a little bit ahead on the old economy as well, so they will probably want to start with the Captive Sun, so that means Sakume should probably not die. Well, that... And Kivis actually goes with the early aggression with the Captive Sun. No casualties yet, but it forces out the Immortality field.
Yeah, Pylon too. So we'll actually a lot more ults coming down. Blizzard and basically everything from 6below except for the Terra.
However, Sakume uses his own Captive Sun and makes make some kills, find some kills out of it. But the question is, can 6flow actually contest the point now? It looks like it can because there's no Undersea is down as well, so that's going to be denied. That's going to deny the Molten Core. That's really important for
actually popping the visor as the only DPS. They think it's possible. The main wall, great job. They're blocking the damage for a second. Can they keep it up and take the point away? 64% for now.
There is the Terra Surge and the low health bar from Max. Max is down, so no Terra Surge for 6flows. But the point is still on, it's ticking on, in favor of 6flows. Now the flip is there, it's 65%.
So some more comeback now, Invincible. I think they have regrouped where it will still take somewhat longer for 6flow.
is in a bad position right now.
Oh man.
Oh, that's going to be such a bad stagger for the side of 6flow, so they need to wait more. So this might be potentially final fight territory.
Yeah, exactly when Max tried to come around the long corner towards the back alley. Not able to grab the entire team as Remy is just coming from the spawn and it is 92%. Okay, about 3-4 ults ready to go.
Max should be in a position to contest.
Okay, Molten Core all the way up here from Undersea. Trying to block the way.
They both teams know that this is...
Remy down without no Blizzard. 6flow, they have lost 3 members and more. That's basically a team wipe.
TQQ trades, but no touch available. So this means Invincible takes first point. Wow. Did Remy use a single ultimate this map?
I did see one Blizzard. Just one.
Okay.
When the captive sun was out towards the corner, and that was about it. And it was more of a zoning tool to keep the enemy out. As Invincible, they kept it collected. They weren't rushing into the point, making sure, okay, we do have everything. Okay, we have one pick. We should be able to win 4v5, technically, guys, right? And they went with the easier equation, where 6flow, I think they spent a little too much sustaining themselves.
Okay. I think that's a really good point. And 6flows, I think they also had the opportunity to, because they were at some point very ahead on the ult economy, and they kind of missed their chance. So I guess credit to Invincible for winning the fight even when they were down in ult economy. And again, we're seeing the same Orisa composition from both teams, so it looks like they're more comfortable with what they've been playing so far.
Yeah, this would be the section where you do see a couple of Genji, well, if there are good Genji preparations from the team. Exactly the same, except for TQQ being on that Bastion.
Undersea taken down despite Blink's best efforts for that immortality field. That is going to give 6flow an early advantage for that struggle to get first cap on the point.
And on the point, few percentage, but you lose the entire team fight. And in terms of what you can gain next from the first team fight, it's just already almost 2 support ult charged up for 6flow.
Yeah, it's look if you look
very
at
early.
Yeah, if you look at Blink's ult charge, that's almost double. Kiru definitely, I can assume, put in a lot of damage, and being in a defensive position, 6flows, this composition actually very suits them compared to them have to retake. So if Invincible comes like to them, then they can use the Captain Sun like this and also the amplification magic. So a lot of damage on the side of 6flows.
That should be a kill.
Undersea down, Kivus down. So this fight is already in favor of 6flow.
That was Invincible just giving them food. 6flow just taking the fork and knives and destroying Invincible into pieces. And when they're rightfully cooked, at right temperature and moist meat, you just pick it up and eat.
Well, if you look at how the next fight goes, it really depends on how fast Invincible gets to engage, because they currently have 2 support ultimates that 6flows used on the previous fight.
You're right.
But 6flows is also approaching key ultimates like the Terra Surge and the Blizzard not so far after that. So they have to make this count, or 6flows will be in a position to answer.
Okay,
and
Lijiang.
there's that Terra Surge we've been talking about. Sakumi is down, but Undersea is traded out. And this fight is going to 6flow's favor again. And G-Clips, this is 78%. So this means Invincibles maybe have to have a desperate touch or they might even not be able to touch at all.
Yeah, you're right on Nez. Lijiang does have that Terra, but both of the supports were used only if, within the couple percentage, if that Genji can have the blade or the overclock getting a really quick headshot to start with. There it is, but it's actually happening from the other side.
Remember, Roromi is in a defensive position right now, and being in a defensive position, this Blizzard can do wonders. It's a lot of value because Invincible is forced to be on the point.
Daisy, if you can make some miracle walk from the top. But everyone's hiding behind the walls.
But Leonoptrix is down. Leonoptrix is coming from the spawn. Okay. Thankfully, it was already a done deal for the side of Invincibles, so they did not. So Leonoptrix not being in the fight did not matter that much. Wow, that was an impressive fight from the side of Invincibles because 6+, they were in such an advantageous position. They had the point, they were defending the point, and they had the Blizzard. So wow.
Yeah, on top, Undersea. We had the Sojourn from Daisy on screen for the longest time, but Undersea was able to catch one by one because they're all scattered behind the walls. There's a Matrix early from Kiru, and he's still holding that blade. Here's a Terra Surge to keep them away, and it's doing a decent job.
Roromi just... What? Okay. I think Roromi just kind of took a misstep or something like that, or maybe was forced out of the map. But again, the important thing is that Invincibles actually won the second fight without using the Dragon Blade. So when 6+ wants to approach Invincible or the point, they have to be very careful about Undersea's Dragon Blade, because if they lose even a single member, especially Sakume that has the Captive Sun, then this round may actually go to the favor of Invincibles despite 6+ being ahead the entire time.
There's that blade. Relying heavily, finds one, so one less DPS. And that might be enough, we'll see. There's that barrier from Lucio. 6+.
Good Terra Surge, but it was negated by Blink, and
Invincible is to come back. It seems doable.
Max has to touch just to trigger the overtime.
There's no one else. It is Max against the world. But he is Orisa, so it's going to take a few more seconds, but indeed, it's going to be Invincible finishing Busan with a 2-0. What a flip in the second one.
Yeah, exactly. So, especially Mecha Base, I thought it would. I thought for a second that 6+ would actually have a chance because they were in such an advantageous position. They triggered the overtime. They had the ultimates and the tools available to them to be. To actually take advantage of a defensive situation, but Invincibles not only did they break the defenses of 6+ at overtime, they used it. They made it happen without using any. Well, not any, but so they made that happen. They made that attack successful, but even while keeping some of their key ultimates. So I think keeping that Dragon Blade was very key in making that push happen.
Yeah, Undersea was holding that blade for actually a very long time. Throughout, I think 2 or up to 3 team fights entirely. I was waiting for the perfect moment, didn't really waste it, and I think that one kill onto, I think, either TQQ, I think, was the kill on the Sojourn.
The Sojourn was TQQ.
Just enough. Didn't have to be a double multiple kills, but just having one early blade to make it into 45 immediately so they can't even come in. And I think that was just beautiful. Beautiful Genji play. Without that Zarya, just keeping that Orisa, we'll see, because a lot of DPS players from both sides are actually switching up their heroes a lot. So let's see if that continues into our map number 2, because we don't know which map. Can we please get a Blizzard World? We'll have that answer real soon. See you guys soon. welcome back everyone to Fall Series 8-Pack. It is day number 3 on the second week here. As the two teams were expecting some more comps to come out, but still keeping that Orisa. Lots of changes into DPS lines, but for that tank support, stuck in one place.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see that both teams, not just one team. Like I can understand if one team just decides to go with the previous patch. Maybe it's a scrim thing, but both teams are playing on the compositions as if they are playing on the previous patch. But well, whatever works. At least for Invincibles, it worked right now. Undersea did change mid game into Mecha base into Genji, so maybe they can have that idea of, oh hey, if we can have Genji work, then we can maybe have that Zarya Genji comp work. But at the current moment, both teams look like they are very comfortable with the Soldier, Torbjorn, and Orisa composition. And again, we're seeing Midtown, so maybe if my analysis is correct, which may not always be true,
the top quality analysis of
2023. So we might expect a little bit of Sigma because we've seen a lot of Sigma on Midtown for these 8-Pack teams.
I nominate Unknown for the analysis of the year.
Hey, but look, I've been wrong about Busan for this for today's match, so I may be wrong again.
Hey, I'm excited for Midtown because okay, some Sigmas.
There we go.
Some more Sigmas, and if I recall correctly, especially from 8-Pack players, not just these two teams, we did see a couple more Genji plus Hanzo on this map, not just the first point, and some more Widow, potentially depending on the players. There it is, remember me just scrolling through Widow right there, and that has been mostly it.
Yeah, we've been seeing like long-range hit scans, and also a little bit of the Hanzo on this map. I think mainly because they want, for not the Widow, but for a lot of the other hit scans, they want to break the Sigma shield earlier than your Sigma shield gets broken. But in the end, Six Blows bring up something interesting. They have the Symmetra. So this means that on the attack, they might have a surprise TP into the point, and there we go, into that room. So they will be having an angle, and also they will be having that high ground advantage on that building over there. And Ashe needs to, I don't know, the only way the Ashe can actually damage them is through like this, throwing the dynamite and doing AoE damage. So I think it's a good, I think Six Blows prepared really well.
Teleport. Just to get that off of the angle. Here is TQQ.
Right now, Six Blow is
that's a point.
Is having multiple angles on Invincible. So Invincible need to regroup, and there is that change to the Genji. I assume that the Genji is going to be specifically countering TQQ's Bastion, but
will it be here on time? Will be the question. Do you respawn? It's pretty quick. There's still Daze is trying to poke, but not as powerful on the same ground level. Dynamite doing some work. The Undersea after changing into Genji every single time from Torbjorn.
So
some magic.
Good change. I think it was a good response from Invincible. Yes, I think they were a little bit surprised by this Symmetra pick, and they were a little bit caught off guard, and they kind of conceded multiple angles on both TQQ and Sukume Tier 1. But I think they kept their casualties to a minimum, and then they just regrouped. And we'll see here, Daisy almost approaching his Bob. There's that TP again. I think this time Invincibles is a little bit more prepared. However, no casualties on either side. Invincible has 3 ultimates, and Six Blow has only the amplification matrix, which is not that effective in close range.
Can be fun. There's a Flux. He's not able to kill anyone, but just keeping the distance away. First kill actually happens from Symmetra. Keep it down. Invincible. They need more time now. So they put the Matrix up, Link.
Max very low. Max needs to survive.
There's the bomb.
Six Blow wants to keep this aggression alive.
Bob, do your thing. And Invincible.
Well, I think Bob's in a pretty awkward position,
Oh, actually went all the way into the room.
Yeah, so the bomb went all the way into the building, so it doesn't have a good angle on the members of 6-Flow, but it doesn't matter if Kivas is to the rescue, using that captive sign to do a lot of AoE damage. So 6-Flow needs
nice
to reset, and although it's 95% progression on point A, they still need to get a full tick, a full 1/3 of a tick. Oh well, yes, full tick to cap point A.
Yeah, Invincible still having some great chances to defend because it's less than a minute. Daisy, I think, just died once in this entire defense so far, and Undersea now still holding that blade. I think this player does play in a different Genji style compared to the others. Okay, there's that blade.
There's that blade. They know that they need to make this aggression happen because they have less ultimates. That's two.
Switch strike with the blade? He's got 3 kills in a single strike?
And then he got his 4th. So wait, 14 seconds left. There's nobody to touch. 6-Flows. I think this is it.
This is just GG with 2 ticks. Undersea.
TQQ, you should not be using that ult. You should be running towards the point, but you're already really anyway, so why not use the ultimate anyways? And that's going to be a full hold for Invincibles.
And Kivas just got another kill onto Sombra just for fashion.
Ooh.
Now Undersea's Genji. It's not like the other Genji where you pop the blade, immediately strip strike in, and you get 1, 2, 3, 4 to follow up. This guy scans. Obviously, he scans for the perfect moment, as you can see from the highlight. This is the moment everyone's next to the stairs. It is my time right now. Here we go.
That was a beautiful blade for Undersea here. And like you said, G-Clev Undersea has a little bit of a different style from... Well, I think it's also a compositional thing because remember, when we see Genji in the Zarya Genji meta, the Genji almost acts like the front line, but right now we are seeing more of a, I guess, a opportunistic assassin Genji. So,
which means that he's a great Genji. With less cover, you still survive.
Pretty much. And wow, I don't think 6-Flow is kind of coping with how Undersea is playing with his Genji right now. And it's a pretty easy win condition for Invincible because with 4 minutes and just 95%. So basically, if you cap point A, you win. For Invincibles, I think if they just wait up until they have, maybe just do the neutral fight, maybe even give up a few kills, maybe. If they just accumulate their ultimates and just use that one turn
I think
to push, it might be enough.
Yeah, it does make sense. And the team comp, even Blink now, Anna comes alive. Okay, Undersea, you're having a lot of great moments. Why not give you a hand? I think I'll help. I can help you out a little bit. As Anna with the nano boost. So Undersea and also Daisy not really grabbing kills with the hit scan onto headshots, but oftentimes the dynamite and the damage is going in.
Yeah, applying enough pressure for Undersea to just sneak in like this. For example, if it was an open angle, Undersea would not have been able to sneak into the building like that. So Daisy is doing, well, although like you said, G-Clev, if Daisy's not even making those kills happen.
Coming. Okay, Max with
doing
the Sigma.
Pressure. Leon Optrix down, so probably a reset for Invincibles.
Yeah, that was not a full 1 tick, so they will have to regroup and come back again. But yeah, Leon just died a little too fast. I thought Max was actually the one being anti-healed.
But in the end, Invincibles have to regroup, and Blink did die a little bit later, so that's going to be a little bit of a further delay. For right now, I think Invincibles, like, their job is to not get like picked out individually, and the neutral play, they just kind of can make it go a little bit slow, grab your ultimates, and then go for the cap.
Oh yes. And Captain Sung early up from Kivas, as well as the Matrix on the other side.
Kivas, if you're not going to save your ultimate, then you gotta make it work. You gotta make it worth it.
Oh,
there's that pick. That may be actually. But Undersea is traded by none other than the turret.
Also used, and the Nano going to Sigma. So a lot of use for Invincible. They better make it worth. And Bob actually cleaning up doing a decent job. It's just Raremy. Torbjorn off to the side, can't come in.
The DPS deal from Sixball can touch, but
yeah, but there's no support and they can't really directly come in.
But they do need to touch right now.
Oh, just in time contestant.
Oh, that's gonna be it.
Yeah, but way too much damage. On their way, Doomfist is here.
Thwarting the attack, just full holding them, was just made their plan a lot easier.
Yeah, I think full hold on the first point. So Explode, they had, I think they had to oftentimes it required for them to actually win the entire team fight, and it wasn't like one team fight to get the entire thing. It was one tick at a time, and then they kept on losing control, which I thought was kind of questionable in terms of when you have the better positioning, you should be able to come out with a win. But still, Invincible was trying to break in, and I think mainly that really came down to the Genji.
Yeah,
and also
exactly.
some really good captive sum coming down from Invincible's side. And let's see if it actually continues, because at this rate, it does seem like we'll have a 3-0 because Sixblow today, I don't think they're at a matching level of changing into team composition that can really cope up with Invincible at the moment. But we'll see, because we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we will have that amazing map called Flashpoint. welcome back everyone to Fall Series APAC. I do have to apologize for the audio issue. We had way too many dynamites from Ash, and explosions do happen. And there was just a small pop, and I believe the mic issue was solved after about 10
Yeah,
seconds.
we're both back in video and audio.
We were not miming. We were not pretending to be muted. Actually had some audio issue, but we're all good. You're hearing us, and we are speaking into the mic. We hear the sounds too, so all good to go. Thank you for bearing with us for that short amount of time. But going back now to the Flashpoint, and we're going into Suravasa for our third map of the day. At this rate, it does seem like Invincible is just going to take it 3-0. And so, Sixblow, I'll give you the hard question. What do they actually need to do at this moment?
I think Sixblow needs to find an answer to the Genji here. Whether it be a Genji of their own, I do understand that Romi also knows how to play the Genji. So maybe match that Genji with your own Genji, or find some other pick or some other composition that can make actually at least nullify Undersea's Genji right now, because Undersea's Genji, you saw this in Midtown, not just with the Dragon Blades, but the presence of the Genji itself is just so irritating on the side of Sixblow, because the Genji just, of course, he gets support from his teammates, but is single-handedly just ruining the game plan of the entirety of Sixblow.
For both teams, I think Torbjorn is turning out to be a lot of a mispick. Didn't really see doing too much damage or finding kills, even some lucky kills. Just not happening compared to the Genji or the Sojourn and a few other DPS allowed. Oh, a lot of other DPS are technically allowed, but just not that many in the meta at the moment. And here is that middle mark. We start from the center all the time, but do see different rotation happening.
So we're seeing a new composition from the side of Invincible. Remember, on map 1 and 2, we've seen Invincible match Sixblow with the Orisa composition. However, this time we're seeing the Junker Queen composition with the Lucio and Kiriko. This is a much more mobile composition that I think that is a lot more effective in a map like Flashpoint, especially on Suravasa, where you need to move around and outmaneuver your opponent. I guess what Sixblow needs to do here is they need to, this time, it's kind of like the same against the Zarya composition as well. They have more range. They have a little bit more range. They need to outrange their opponents, but not if Undersea has a say in it.
Strikes one and makes it back. Okay, and the rest of the duty will be taken care of from teammates.
Sixblow is
Leon,
going to be wiped out. So, Sixblow right now, what I've mentioned is that Sixblow is a composition that kind of outranges Invincible right now, and they need to do a lot of damage before Invincible can be in an effective range. But right now, Undersea, look at his ultimate gauge right now. He is at 78%. And like basically everyone on Invincible is at, except for Daisy, is at like sub 70 to 80%. That means they did so much damage, and that means Invincible were in their effective range before they got too much damage. And Sixblow, they need to understand their win conditions and execute them right now.
Which means that it was a team effort, and most of them did some damage to contribute in order to tag. Oh, Suga rushed early on. Undersea strip striking early.
Sixblow uncontainable right now.
I don't think they were expecting this moment to come this early, as that Immortality field was put down slightly late. And it wasn't late, it was much more of a raid just coming down from Invincible early. And sometimes you are maybe having some communication between the team, like where do we want to go, how do we want to approach. But at that moment, if the entire team is jumping on you.
Yeah, I think this is where we have to revisit the communication issue on the side. Well, we were kind of worrying about communication issues on Invincible, but right now it looks like Invincible is actually the team that has better communication, because Sixblow, like you said, G-Clef, they look like they're not on the same page right now, because we saw that amplification matrix. Oh, well, let's take a look at this fight first.
From Sakume.
Leon Optrix taken down and Kivas down means that Sixblow will be taking
just the DPS first. And I think Daisy must be somewhere around. Power sliding away. And Only 4 kills. Explode didn't really have to use too much, just Captive Sun, I believe. And Invincible also holding those 4 ultimates.
Yeah, I think that because Leon Optrix died first, Invincible thought this was a losing fight because they lost their tank instead of a DPS or support where you have a backup member on the same position. So I think it was pretty good ult discipline from Invincible. With 4 ultimates on the board, they should be able to have a good chance of a retake. Here's that Undersea Dragon Blade. Blink needed to cover with the sound barrier, but Leon Optrix falls yet again. So Sixbo actually has a chance at this fight.
Very early kill, and because Undersea, Genji had to point that blade towards Orisa, who basically takes no damage at that moment. It was a big problem. No tank, no Genji. Invincible,
with
that was an
76%,
fight.
I think this is going to be point cap for Sixbo. Invincible, I think they were a little bit too greedy there because Undersea, if you look at Undersea when he popped his blade, he was at very low HP, and Blink had to use the sound barrier to keep Undersea alive because they didn't want to waste the Dragon Blade. So in the end, Invincible just lost a fight with expending 2 key ultimates, and if they want to win this fight, they have to make the most value out of Leon Optrix's Rampage.
Okay, Invincible, at least they do have the quicker rotation near the next point. And 6 below, matching the ultimate number, ultimate count 3-3. We'll see what the rotation is more like. 6 below, pounds from the side. I don't think they want to come head to head towards down the stairs.
Yeah,
Pretending to go
probably
side.
does not want to be in a straight line because they probably should know that Leon Optrix has the Rampage, but at the same time, Leon Optrix has to be very careful when he uses the Rampage.
Kisune and Genji picked off early on. Some block plus Matrix. DQ for extra kills. There it is.
Wait, Daisy popped the overclock even after being 2 members down.
But finds no target exactly and stunned on top of it. Yeah, Leon has been dead for a couple of seconds now, so it has to retrieve back out of that battle zone. Power slides and managed to survive actually with Kivis.
Yeah, Kivis. If Kivis fell there, that would have been a little bit more. That would have been a further delay and a stagger on the side of Invincible. So credit to Kivis for staying alive. So that means they can start the next fight earlier. But it's kind of concerning for Invincibles right now because 6 Blow finally seems like they understand what their win conditions are. They are making sure that they are making kills. They are doing a lot of damage before Invincible are comfortable.
And the Captain Sun, there's that Rampage, 3 men. And Remy puts that Blizzard right in the middle. Finds no Invincible members around the point. Easy extra kills, Blink. Leon, the entire team of Invincible surviving and on the point.
Okay, so what I wanted to mention about the Rampage is that 6 Blow has a Mei, so the Mei wall can just shut out Leon Optrix's Rampage with a single wall. But however, that didn't happen, so credit to Leon Optrix for making a good Rampage, which won them the fight. And in the end, if you look at who profited from this fight, Invincible, they even baited out Blizzard and
See with the barrier, the blade continues, 3 kills. Should be good enough for them to get that second point for Flashpoint. Just 1 remaining for Invincible to win the entire match.
And even for the next point, Invincible should be in a position to take a defensive position, which is really important because if you have a Mei, for 6 Blow, if you have a Mei, it's really important that 6 Blow start in a defensive position because Mei is a pick where the power level of the Mei is drastically different depending on whether you're on attack or on defense, and the value of the Mei is halved. Oh, I may say halved when you're in an offensive position, when you're forced to come in.
Early Kisune rush. Great Mei wall to isolate, actually, to delay that rush from Invincible. Remy doing some work. But still, they still do need to come in.
Daisy with the overclock.
Again, the wall, but still the side angle is open from Daisy. No further kill. Response back with the Captain Sun, but no further. Oh. Yeah, Kiru finds one.
Leonoptrix
No tank for
falls
Invincible.
down, so that means Invincible would probably want to reset. So 6-Blow it's still at 15%, like in counting. So Invincible shouldn't be too pressured to touch because they should be able to fight somewhere on the 40% to 50% mark.
And by that time, they should be grabbing at least 1-2, especially the DPS from 6-Blow, nearing that 90% mark.
Yeah, so the concerning part for Invincible right now should be the Mei right now, because remember what I said, Mei is more powerful when she's on the defense.
Oh, yes.
And she's also approaching her Blizzard real quick. So Invincible, they need to take out the Mei. Oh wait, Mei already has the Blizzard. There is that Blizzard.
Used and forces a couple. Rampage only onto Orisa, so not the greatest ult used from Invincible.
And it did not even connect to a kill. And Underseas Dragon Blade needs to count here if Invincible wants to win.
Grabs.
2 kills should be enough. Overtime ticks. However, the fight looks like it's going to be in Invincible's favor. So and Invincible will be continuing their quest on closing out the map and also the match as well.
Yeah, look how far Invincible's actually jumping towards. They want to buy maximum time and delay 6-Below from having an easy quick rotation. This is exactly how you buy that percentage, already up to 52%. Invincible, they want this number 3 right here on the point. And they're seeing, you have to be careful.
Kivus wants to fight on their own terms.
But 3 ult response from 6-Below. Immediate response, which is not too bad. Running back forward.
Immediate response, but Kivus only... Okay, Kivus falls, so that's a start. Leonoptrix very low.
Okay,
Underseas
listen.
Well, TQQ falls, but is traded with Leonoptrix.
3%, and there's the boop, and
No
one else touches the boop to finish
Wow.
for Invincible.
And
I thought it was possible, but no way, that just happened.
Invincible lost the fight but won the war.
They were right there, literally. And then Lucio's like, hey guys, just spinning the wheels here. Boop.
Oh man, what a clutch from Invincible there. That was from Blink, right?
Yeah, just closing
whoa.
doors.
Can I change my player of the match vote?
Too bad. You blink and you lose.
Yeah, oh wow. But let's talk about Invincibles for a second. I think I think it was very much of an improvement from last week. Yes, they went down to Heaven Sent 03, but right now they got a 3-0. They got a own shutout of their own, and I think one of the key factors of this win today was Underseas Genji, and 6-Blow was not able to contain Undersea at all.
Not really having the brightest day for 6-Below for sure, as might need to think about for upcoming next year's Overwatch, maybe with the same team, maybe with a different team. And sometimes there's a reason why the team comp is called meta, and also the reason why the Overwatch League teams use it, because it is the strongest with the current patch oftentimes. But sometimes with the limited hero pulls, which does come in a handicap level for Contenders players sometimes, not to talk badly onto the players, but the player does have limit depending on where you are in Overwatch too. And sometimes you just might not have Zarya practiced 100% within the last month or so.
Yeah, and also kind of like the scrim environment, like who you scrim. If your region itself or your scrim partners don't have that kind of like proficiency as well, then it's really hard to practice those kind in a different environment, right? So, but again, Invincible was the better team of the day, and so props to Invincible. They will be advancing and going against yet another Japanese team in the former Vero. We've seen this matchup quite a few times now.
Oh yes, and at the end of that match, we will only have one Japanese team out of the 3 that we had at the from beginning. So quite interesting how this is turning out to be in the lower bracket. But that will not be played today, actually. So we will go down all the way to G6, the left bottom. Fate versus NGUK will be our next match. So stay tuned as we keep on going towards the lower bracket and also the upper bracket. That big match happening not too... Is that 6:30? Yeah, that's 6:30, and then after we'll have Heavenset versus DAF. But what an ending to this 3-0. I'm still amazed.
But yeah, that was an interesting as an ending as it could have been.
Click and you're good. And we do see all the chat just going crazy. Oh my god, the boop again. What just happened?
Hey chat, I am as excited as you are. But before anything, I just want to say a proper farewell to Sixblow. Although they did lose 3-0 today, and to be honest, it wasn't even close. But I think they have been showing improvements, like little by little. And I really want to credit them. I think they have a lot of potential. They have a lot of talent on their team. So, like you said, they might start to 2024 on the same roster or maybe a little bit of a different version of their team. But I think that, of course, I think they have the potential to be there at the very top, even in contenders. Maybe, who knows? They might be even aiming for higher.
Yes, exactly.
So, yes, we'll be saying goodbye to Sixblows today, but good luck to them and for any future endeavors.
Yeah, also thank you for playing in Fall Series APAC. Your journey might stop here, but in long term, your professional player experience, this might be a start. So this is exactly where we have Contenders, why we have Contenders Fall Series APAC. Thank you for playing and coming up this far, 6 below. But may your future be brighter, as we do have Invincible actually moving out from the first match. But coming up next, we'll actually have one other team. We'll find out who will be knocked off again. It'll be either it'll actually be Fade or NGUK. So that match will come up next. See you guys real soon. And welcome back, everyone, to Fall Series 8-Pack. We're ready for our second match of the night. It will be another drop match. We'll have another team dropping down from 8-Pack. It's going to be between the two teams. I mean, the first one was very exciting, but it was a 3-0. But this one sure cannot be a 3-0. I'm expecting at least 4 or even a 5 map on this one. Yes, because I think the power level from these two teams are actually a lot more matching. But it does depend because we're on different paths compared to the early last week. So there's been at least how many days?
At least like
7 plus 2 plus 1 is 10.
And I thought you were a math major. I thought you were a math major, G-Clef.
That's why.
Are you shamming me?
That's why Texas Instrument makes a lot of money, man. Okay. We need calculators in our world.
All right, but I do agree with you, G-Clef. Coming back to the game, these are a little bit, I think, more evenly matched, especially if you even look at their performances on the Open Tournament, which they qualified from. Fade was 4th, came out 4th from the Southeast Asian Open Tournament, and NGUK came out 3rd from East Asia. So I think a little bit of a more even matchup than the previous match, but you never know, because right now, from our first match, we've seen that both teams on the first match wanted to play on the previous patch meta. Yes. So maybe if one team decides, hey, we can actually make Zarya Genji work, and then they go against the Orisa Torbjorn composition that we've been seeing last match, they might actually have a chance.
And both teams should have tried at least a decent amount with the time that was given. And since the patch did hit a while ago, in the regular client that you guys all play in Overwatch 2. So here's a roster for Fade. Should get HYE high, going to be DPS, and both teams actually just having a solo tank. Might come to bite them when we're talking Zarya, because Zarya, we don't not in the recent times the main tank's really playing that hero at all for the last years of Overwatch, basically. So it'll be interesting if either one of them even plays Zarya today.
Hey, but to be fair, I think Karen is a little bit of more of a off tank player, so maybe might have that experience of playing Zarya back in the day. So maybe if they bring out the memory from the old days, maybe that's gonna work. But here is your NGUK roster. Kame Hope. We will not be seeing KA924 for the starting map here. Tomato will be starting. Tomato was starting last match as well. And then you have Remedy and Maoli starting as your starting 2 supports.
So I'm having higher chance of I'm feeling higher chances for NGUK to actually have the Genji coming from a lot more Ana in use from the support line from NGUK. As we will again go to Busan, chosen by the comp op as Summer Soldier. I do expect some Torbjorn to come out from either team, but honestly, unless you're really top-notch, great with the shots, not just the Molten Core. Molten Core is it's a pretty, I would say it's a pretty easy ultimate compared to the other ultimates.
Well, yes, but to me, for the issue is this about the Torbjorn and the Mei that also comes out in this map as well. My issue is this: Torbjorn and Mei are very conditional. They. Yes, they are good picks. I will not deny that they are good picks.
Even more than Hanzo?
Look, Hanzo's out of the issue for me, alright? But
just I tried to budget Hanzo in there, but I failed, guys, okay? All the Hanzo players don't feel
remember,
bad.
G-Clef is a Hanzo main.
Unknown does not like Hanzo.
But I'm a Hanzo hater. No, excuse me, I'm not. But anyways, the thing about the Mei. Oh, alright, you kind of already hypnotized me into Hanzo over there. But anyways,
going back to the point.
Both the Torbjorn and the Mei, they were both stronger picks, and their ultimates have more value when they are on the defensive side of things. So if you have control of the point and your opponent has to come to you, then your ultimates actually have more value. But if you're on the attacking side and you have to go to the enemy, then your ultimates may be very less in value. So that's my issue. And if you look at the side of Fade, I am expecting a Zarya Genji here. I'm excited, G-Clef.
Kyren with the Zarya. Hi, the swap into Genji.
There it is!
We already have it on the first map, Busan, and then GUK responding with Echo in the air. So actually not too bad on their side either.
Yeah, so both teams this time, the same map with match 1, but both teams are going with compositions that are actually pretty strong on the meta. And oh, we get first blood on the side of NGUK. Hope lasering down HYE over there.
I think was trying to go slightly deeper as we'll just have the neutral fight going heavily towards NGUK. As now it will just be a cleanup duty with just few remaining on the ground. Kyren actually lost pretty late. So
Yeah.
Shake It actually changes back to now Soldier.
I think Soldier is okay because remember, the difference between the Sojourn and the Soldier 76 is that, yes, the Sojourn has a better pick potential with that charged railgun headshot. However, the primary fire is not that good for tracking, but if NGUK's main threat is going to be the Echo, then you need that source of tracking, and Soldier 76 can provide that for you.
Yeah, that is exactly... Well, I thought Kami got the kill, but instead Tomato's Javelin from the back, helping out his teammates.
Down again.
But soon that Nano is coming, but Blade is nowhere nearby. It is only hitting 40% now.
Yeah, so I think the main issue is that I've been talking about the Zarya Genji comp all day right now, but how it should work is that Genji should be in line of sight of Zarya so that it can be the recipient of the bubble. But right now, if Genji's dying this fast, then this means that it's not getting the bubbles.
Yeah, Hope is having way too much fun.
Where's the bubble?
Must have popped early, and Kai is gone again, and that Nano was used already? Why did I not get to see that too much?
I saw the Nano being on the Genji. I assumed that it was applied to the Genji just for, like, boosting high to get that Nano Blade online because he was so much behind in that ult charge. Yes, eventually High did get a lot of ult charge from that damage boost. However, it did not lead into any meaningful kills, and also it did not bait a lot of ultimates for the side of NGUK. So NGUK with 90% on the board for play A should be in a good position to defend.
Oh, the barrier. Oh, not gonna help out. Genji's already dead. Even the visor, the graviton, everything used near the point. But the result coming back is actually the opposite. NGUK losing no members against those 3 ultimates, keeping 99%, and we were having overtime just for a few more extra seconds. But it seems like that's going to be it. Genji comes back, but immediately does not get to have that plate 99%, 1% off. Oh no.
What a performance from NGUK. I think the Echo pick really worked wonders for them there, because right now I think it's a combination of NGUK playing really well and Fade not being able to coordinate the Zarya Genji that well as well. So if you look at, if you just like kind of take the time to explain how this works here, High should not be dying this fast. That means either High is in a bad position where he's not be able to receive those barriers, or NGUK is providing enough pressure for Zarya to use the bubble to other members of the team, so there's no bubbles available for the Genji to take. So I think, okay, credit to NGUK. For Fade, we start new, we just clean slate, and we are doing it again. But this time, we're going to the Sigma, and High is moving away from the Genji.
Oh yes, to follow your point, which basically meant it wasn't working in the first map. So they change into Sigma to match, but Kame with the Widow from the side. Quick turret hits. Oh, was not able to bring it down, but finally,
at least they took the turret.
And here's High. Quick shot on the soldier. Now, different story. Fade getting some early kills.
High was on that overload and just like zero range, just shooting at the soldier there. Will be able to get that numbers advantage for that flip real quick. So
still few members alive off to the side, so not too bad.
Fade already having that point flip, and still no ultimates on either side, so it's going to be a second neutral fight. But Fade should be able to be very happy because they can be a little bit forward without too much pressure on the Sigma.
Great dodge coming down from Hope. Still keeping that soldier alive. I don't think Hope died yet on this map. As the soldier providing some DPS in. Here is
Kame needs to make a pick in order to make this work right now, or they can wait until Tomato has the Gravitic Flux, but the problem is that Fade will be able to match the speed of the Gravitic Flux and be able to respond, and being on the same terms is a little bit risky for NGUK because the point is in Fade's control right now. Oh, Kyron very low. Kyron taken down by Tomato. This may be the opportunity. They don't even need to use the Gravitic Flux. So this is an opportunity for NGUK because not only did they regain control of the point, but because Kyron fell early in that fight, NGUK will be having the only team that has the Gravitic Flux. And they, although it's a very slim window because Kyron is at 88% and counting for the Gravitic Flux, they have this very small window where they can just win the fight with just a Gravitic Flux.
So that will be Tomato trying to hide himself. And Kame
No one
have
can
some drag
hide
shots.
from my sight.
And there's a headshot.
Oh, so
and it
that
does
was
not lead into extra kills, but still the visor was enough to get one. Maybe one more.
Kyron decides to go with the aggression first, despite being a member down. Tomato is very low. Tomato needs to survive if they want to counter down. Tomato with the own Gravitic Flux. Will they be able to make that matter? It looks like it will be because Hope has that follow-up damage. However, NGUK has low members on the board. They are down. Only 3 members remaining. However, point is still in the control of NGUK. It looks like Fade will be able to clean up.
Yeah, I think one more member. Both DPS up from NGUK.
Oh no! But Hope able to take down Shake It, so point is still in NGUK's control. And remember, G-Cliff, this is 85% and counting.
And
so
Kyron,
this may be final fight territory.
Yeah, Kyron actually took a very long time to come in. Must have waited for the teammates to come back. And here's a full fight already here. Kiriko Runs it forward.
They need to make this. They need to make this. They need to get value out of this ultimate because there's no kills whatsoever. Maybe yes, they did zone out NGUK, but remember, Kame has with that Widowmaker has a one-shot kill potential, and there is that kill.
Your surroundings.
And that's how you outburst.
So that's 2 members, 3 members down on the side of Fade. NGUK will, yes, Kyron will be using that Gravitic Flux, but will not be living long enough to make that slam happen. And 93%, Fade needs to touch real fast, and that's why High is going to the
3%,
Desperation
2,
Tracer just
1.
for the touch. And
No
that is
one
not gonna happen.
On the point! And NGUK delivers once again, and that will be map number 1.
Well, Fade was interesting because Fade had Fade just thought. I think with the Fade with the Genji composition, they kind of wanted to show that hey, we've studied, we did our homework, we understand what the meta is, and they wanted to go with the Zarya Genji comp. However, in downtown, it didn't work at all. Genji did not have a single blade the entire round, and also in Sanctuary. I think NGUK has a better understanding of what their win conditions are, and even with Kame not being able to find early picks early on in the map, like the likes of Tomato and also the other members of NGUK did their jobs enough, and by the end of the map, Kame made those crucial picks so that they delayed and Fade enough so that they had to go into desperation mode, and NGUK. They just profited out of it.
I think there were certainly moments, but in terms of, I have to credit the DPS line from NGUK. I think they're slightly positioning better and also coming up as a surprise, dominating over the opponent DPS, leading into instant kill, making it into a 3v5 sometimes, or just getting those early surprising kills. And High and Shake It, they were just unprepared often. When there were those surprise attacks coming from Hope and Kame, indeed, such great work, especially on the second map. Of course, the first map, I think the Echo must have done about 40% damage of the entire team.
Exactly.
That was an insane Echo play.
And it's not like NGUK did not follow the meta as well, because like you said, G-Clef, the Orisa is still viable, and I think the important part is that they have the Sojourn, and with the Echo, it's very viable, and it proves that it's effective against Fade right now. So what's working is really good.
So far, 1-0 for ahead for NGUK versus Fade, but we'll see what happens in map number 2. We will be back real soon. And welcome back everyone to Fall Series APAC. We're heading into our Heartbeat map number 2. But so far, it does seem very one-sided for NGUK as they are certainly having their moments, especially the DPS line we do have to keep on highlighting.
Yeah, NGUK, I prepared this joke for 3 minutes. They are...
What? Okay, I'm ready.
They are making fade out of existence right now. I'm sorry for the bad joke.
Maybe you need more time. I think we need a longer break, production. Can we add 10 more minutes? I'll take 10 more minutes.
You probably need more than 10 minutes to make me have a viable joke. I'm a bad joker, I know that. I just gave it a try. But hey, I just want to come back to your point. Yes, I definitely have to credit NGUK and their DPS lineup for outclassing, at least on Busan, on the side, on their DPS counterparts on Fade. High, yes, we've seen great moments from both High and Shake It on previous matches and also in the open tournament. However, in this current meta, they need to figure out what they can do really well. Maybe, I've been talking about the meta and Zarya Genji the entire day, but if it doesn't work for you, you might want to even go back to the previous patch because Invincibles made it happen, and why can't Fade?
Like, how far back are you willing to go? Like, are we
back to a
hit
single
scans?
patch, maybe, I think, because Orisa is still viable in both the current patch and the previous patch, so maybe you want to do a little bit of that, but I can see that Fate definitely did their homework because not only they're just trying to pick Zarya and Genji, they also kind of they pick King's Row, which makes sense because if they think that NGUK can make the Zarya Genji work, then King's Row is a good pick. But if they are the ones that want to pick Genji and Zarya, this might be a questionable one.
So we'll go into King's Row. We'll have those answers real soon, but to grab your point and continue on, I think it's somewhat required for you to go back to your comfort pick if it's just not working. So we'll continue and see who comes out on top as we go into another section of King's Row that we don't really get to see.
Well, I mean, observers are so good at finding good, good parts of the map, right? Because usually when we play the game, we only see where you are and the enemies are. Oh, there's that Hanzo that you've been looking for so much, G-Clef. How do you feel?
Don't worry.
Don't worry. It'll shoot an arrow, it'll shoot a sonic arrow, and then it'll disappear.
Probably not. Maybe Maoli, because that's Kami's job. That's Kami's job to shoot that single bullet and get pulled by Maoli, and they both swap.
I see that Winston, so I don't really have full trust, but we'll see. Kami should make the dive comp swap, I guess. But along with Hanzo, there should be, I think there are better heroes to pair up with.
I think it does make a little bit sense because they think that it might be a Sigma.
Genji.
Okay, never mind.
As we actually have double Genji with Zarya now. Let's see who comes out on top. It is King's Row.
So both teams are going with the Zarya Genji meta composition, with the only difference being the Ashe and the Sojourn.
Oh, so much shurikens flying in the air. Let's see. Okay, Lilko being somewhat covered by both Zarya's very low. Kyren not being healed at the moment.
Tomato getting a lot more sustain here, and High taken down means that a lot of real estate is going to be taken on the side of NGUK. Yes, Lilko is taken down as well, but the positional advantage is on the side of NGUK. And also remember, the spawn is a lot closer on the side of NGUK. So
24,
you will have NGUK will have their Genji back real quick.
Yeah, the Kyren's and a pretty good anti-nade too on the entire team. Kyren's Zarya has been very eco-friendly all this time, and there she goes. Not much power compared to Tomato. What was that? Full, actually, all the way up to 100 gauge, building up to the maximum. Extra push, just guys, the payload. Okay, someone's there now, touching it. Because when you expect someone, especially the support or the Ana most of the time, to have the payload, but sometimes when you have the momentum, no one's actually touching the payload.
So I think what's really important for NGK right now is that they pressured Fade out long, to the extent that they just went over the arc, and what a good kill from
That's 2-0.
The Loco onto High over there. That means they have. That means Fade has to give up a little bit more ground, and so I think they have to concede up all the way up to the corner. And with 4 minutes and 30 seconds on, and with 2 kills on NGK, they're not. NGK are not even using ultimates here, G Club, and this means that might be that Fade has to retreat all the way up to maybe the last corner of point B.
And this payload is not being stopped because the rest of the team, they're actually pushing all the way to point 3, the third point already.
Oh
so,
dear!
At least spending 2.
NGK has 5 ultimates. Yes. The good news is that Fade is also approaching 5 ultimates, but the only reason that Fade has 5 ultimates is because they were not allowed to use it because they were losing fights left and right.
Okay, ultimates. And Nano Blade is here for High. Gonna find a couple and an extra, but NGK held all the ultimates, did not have to use any. So Fade not that bad either, just the Nano Blade, still keeping the rest.
Okay, Fade finally stabilizing things, but remember, NGK already capped point B. They have all the time in the world. They have almost 5 minutes and 5 ultimates on the line, on the board to make this happen. Yes, also against, for the side of Fade, they have the Graviton Surge, but it does not affect the Genji. Lilko has a kill.
Okay, good bubble to cover from Kyren. So no further kill, just one.
But Tomato has his Graviton Surge of his own. But Kame decides to use his first, but taken down, so denied. So maybe it's a decision where if Tomato wants to use his ultimate, but Tomato is very, very low. He has high energy, so maybe he wants to go for it, and he does! And High taken down. That's a lot of damage taken away from Fade, and followed up by Mali's.
They do want to finish this one up, actually. Spent a lot of those ultimates. Fade actually keeping it handy. That Tomato grabbing just the Genji to remove the damage, but of course the respawns are just so much quicker.
The rally is also invested on the side of NGK, so they actually wanted to end this, but remember, Fade don't have ultimates, NGK don't have ultimates. If you look at the neutral fight, as of what we've seen from the past few minutes, NGK is very confident that they can win the neutral fight.
And the final point from King's Road can be very tough. You do need to win big times, at least twice in a row, to hit that final mark. So here is Fade holding the point, the final corner, before we go into the straight. And there's
High taking down once again. High is not having a good day today, so that is going to be a lot of damage and a lot of space being conceded.
Nano on Kyren.
Kyren at 96 energy, so this is a big DPS threat. NGK needs to back off. Lilko is also down. Oh, but Hajima is down as well, so this may be a window of opportunity. Maybe NGK wants to commit. I think they do because Kame is using the Bob, and Remedy has that Nano maybe to use on Tomato, but not yet.
All the way back, which sometimes helps for Zarya.
Okay, Tomato is on low energy, so it's probably not.
Time is gone. So within that time,
Lilko taking down of Shake It, so once again, NGK will be having the positional advantage.
Lilko, no dragon yet.
Now he dies!
Later. And just in time, the entire team wipe.
But the Dragon Blade...
Dragon Blade didn't really do much. It reset the Swift Strike. That was mostly it.
I mean, to be fair, it wasn't his fault because all his opponents were dead. He had no one to strike.
So at the second point, I counted the clock. They actually had up to 5 minutes and 23 seconds after the second mark.
So they had more time than when they started the map. Like that was a toxic replay.
And that was it? That's the only highlight replay? Okay, I guess we don't have that much time. We have to flip side now as Fade strikes. But they get the same 3-point.
Okay, so it's now Fade's turn to attack. I actually like this setup because if you're gonna run the Zarya comp, you probably want the Symmetra to do TPU to high ground, but then where's the Genji? Like, this current setup means that they're gonna swap to the High's gonna swap to the Genji after sending their teammates to the high ground. But right now, I think what would be a better setup would be that having a Genji and a Symmetra, so that Fade can just outmaneuver NGUK and get positional advantage. But right now, I think they're having a little bit more emphasis on Shake It and probably wanting the Hanzo to make a headshot pick so that they can just rush in to the point.
There's always a room, but Fade actually trying Hanzo with real damage. Already 22%, hitting few marks. So up to high.
High is down again.
Lilko. Oftentimes coming up with a win against Genji 1v1. Well, plus with the help of teammates, of course.
So Fade wanted to use the hotel as like a pressure point, but with high down, they're actually trapped into this little corner here, and with Kame. Kame's doing cleanup duty here, and Fade has to do total reset.
Yeah, just farming percentages here. Already 55. For those skills, I think it was low 40s. So easy hits, and anti-nade just to delay extra. Shake It, Hajima had to stay behind the walls for a second.
So in this matchup right now, Shake It has, like, absolutely, they have to make a early pick in order for them to make anything. Yes, they went through the hotel, but they're not in a position where they can threaten people. The Zarya is isolated. Oh, but Kyron actually managed to take down Lilko, and High took down Remedy. So this is what looked like a very bad positional fight for Fade is actually a window of opportunity for them to take point.
It actually drew out the positions from NGUK and isolated that one by one. Because some heroes, as you can see, has mobility, some don't.
So I think there might... I don't think there will be a recontest for this point. Maybe because there's only one person on the point. But definitely no. There's not going to be a contest. Maybe I think what NGU can do is that they want to contest on the arc, which Fade was not able to do when they were defending. But NGUK should be in a prime position to defend that choke point on the arc. And Tomato has the Graviton Surge, which is very perfect for that.
2 minutes to go. Kame ready to deploy that Bob and have that perfect dynamo.
Very sneaky here.
Hanzo, the wall climb. There's Bob early on.
Bob contesting the point as well, and also a good Graviton Surge on the side of Tomato.
About the DPS, Fade took so much work. The DPS are cut off. Kame, Lilko gone from the ground.
Shake It is down.
Okay.
Tomato, and High is down as well. Tomato at 96%. There's 3 DPS players on this team right now. Tomato is the third.
Yeah, just the tank and the supports were able to pick 2 kills with no help of the DPS whatsoever. But still, in terms of pushing power and the respawn, slightly faster for Fade. The NGUK pushed all the way back to the side corner.
NGUK is forced to concede a little bit of ground. However, Lilko has that Dragon Blade, but it is shut down!
That's painful. And that will stick in your brain. Some mental damage right there. As Lilko, even with the anti, just strikes in. Not being scared of anything because you've got your teammates right next to you.
So Lilko and High pulled out the Dragon Blade almost at the same time. But if I remember correctly, Mally just popped the rally, like, first frame response and used the stun to take out High immediately out of the picture. And after that, you just don't win those kind of fights.
Yeah, the whip, a little too powerful. As once you land that on a Genji, you know that it's coming too.
Tomato using the Graviton Surge, and it is... Oh, Tomato is on high energy the entirety of the map. And what can you do against the Zarya that has a bubble as a shield and also has high DPS output? Maybe it takes a Nano Genji to maybe zone them out.
Nano Genji, but no blade. still needs a...
Hai is applying pressure,
Now
but
Tomato
has the nano, so who's the stronger one now? But there's the pause.
Way too much energy. We need a break.
That's
way too much energy.
That's a
And
little bit power
let's
overwhelming.
go on an economical saving mode for now because we were running sports mode and it was way too fast. Of course, yeah, game pause for some technical issues.
We'll definitely see here
we'll
from
let you guys know.
production from what the issue is, but I will just use this as an opportunity to kind of cap what this match is kind of about right now. Right now, both teams were running on similar composition, the identical compositions in fact. So their win conditions are pretty much the same. They want to send the Genji forward. They want the Genji to farm energy for the Zarya, and right now both Hai and Loco are able to farm energy for the Zarya, but the difference between these two teams are that Hai is just dying after getting that bubble, and yes, so Karen Zarya does have a lot of energy, but they lose Hai in the process. But for NGUK, not only does Loco's Genji farm energy for Tomato's Zarya, Loco not just survives as well, but also picks up a kill or two. So that makes it so easier for NGUK to win any sort of fights.
Loco's Genji play today has been absolutely amazing. Hope and Kame, they had really good DPS. Even before Loco came in, we were giving a lot of compliments to the other two. And then now, when it's time for Genji, which is kind of amazing because we're now playing King's Row, and both teams somehow decided that, okay, we're just going to run Genji Zarya, which is supposed to be weaker on this map, but I don't care. And for sure, I think in terms of like, if you count like 1v1 score between the two Genjis, I think it's nearly like 6-3, of course, in favor of Loco.
So, we're back in the game. I am assuming that because Kame, yes, they did change to the Echo, but I think it was a disconnection issue from Kame because Kame's ult charge is reset.
Yeah, because Kame did play Echo a minute ago, so
NGK has
early Bob
has to concede a little bit
to put them into the corner. NGK, but you've got the extra bubble, you got the Bridget, so you have a lot to cover from the back line.
Fade with the early aggression takes down 3 members of NGK, so they should be able to cap point B. So good early aggression to Kyren here because NGK had a lot of ultimates on their own as well. They had the Dragon Blade, they had the Graviton Surge. They also have both support ultimates coming up. So good catch from Fade because they knew that if both support ultimates were going to be online very momentarily after NGK, it would have been a losing fight for them.
217, but still not a bad time to push all the way. Of course, not too much because it is King's Row for the final point. But Fade, in terms of their pushing power and the momentum so far, they can make it possible. There's that
Nano Blade. Who's going to be the target?
Okay, so in terms of distance, I don't think further kills should be happening. HYE, Hai can certainly respond back. They do have their own Nano Blade.
But Tomato knows this, and they're just what a good Graviton Surge. However, Kame falls, Remedy falls.
And the stun? Oh, Hai just could not deliver anything. The Nano wasted.
However, multiple members of NGUK down. Hai did fall, so the Nano Blade did not have a lot of value. However, the fight is won on the side of Fade. NGUK is conceding a little bit of more ground. It looks like it's going to be a final touch for the side of NGK. They do definitely have the tools. Kame has the duplicate, so probably I think it's going to be on the Zarya. The duplicate on Zarya is actually pretty nasty. Maybe they don't even need it.
Okay, Kame, double Zarya.
So they do. Double Zarya is disgusting.
Genji solo and eventually taken down, so with Shaking gone, Fade won't be able to push all the way. Now less than a minute left for them to push with basically no ultimates except for that Graviton coming real soon. Yeah, so
Karen's Graviton Surge is going to be very, very pivotal if Fade wants to win this map here. Because maybe if the fight goes long enough, Tomato will be answering with the Graviton Surge of his own, but I think in 20 seconds, I think this is like the window where Fade will be having exclusively the Graviton Surge of their own.
Okay, Kame, Nuko switching to Widow, Tracer Comp. And High having an easier time, of course, with the Graviton. Took some time actually to grab the kill, so in the mid time.
Yeah, so Graviton Surge was able to catch out Kame, but it took them so long that multiple members of Fade are falling.
No, Graviton on point, and that's it. No more Fade members. And NGK, they have done it 3-2 on Hybrid Kings Row.
Wow. So, yes, I think it was a great opportunity. The Fade had their chance. Kyron exclusively had the Graviton Surge for a while, and like I said, it had to take a long time. As long as the fight didn't go long enough, Tomato would not have time to get that Graviton Surge of their own, but it took a little bit too long for Fade to take out Hope's Widowmaker, and then in the end, as a result, Hope stalled enough time for Tomato to get and Graviton Surge of their own, and that's where things got turned away.
Yeah, or Kame could have been on that Widow, I think, too. So regardless, it took. Regardless, it took way too much. I also thought it should be a kill the moment we saw that screen. But for some reason, must have got some good heals coming from the supports.
Probably.
Was able to survive like 1.52 seconds extra, which I thought was just enough time for for the rest of the team to do extra work.
Yeah, so 1 or 2 seconds may
Nice
not
cover.
seem like a long time, but it can be the difference between loss and defeat. And this comes back to the question: if Fade wanted to use the Zarya composition as well, then I don't know. This like map pick from Kings Row is a little bit questionable, but let's see if Fade can figure out something after this break.
Still no Blizzard World, so that's still up in the air for us. We will ever have one until the end of the day, but still 2-0 score. Let's find out what the next map will be soon. And welcome back, everyone. The name of the game so far in this match has been High Energy Zarya, Zero Energy Zarya with no bubble. and this later part sounds terrible. First part sounds terrifying. And that's Zarya for you right now in the meta. And a lot of the tank players, sometimes some players having some trouble playing that Zarya, not even actually playing the hero first of all, or playing it magnificently. So your DPS or the other supports in trouble will be always having that extra shield, the bubble on you. That's the trust that you need to have on the team. And even from the feedbacks that I had from the players a long time ago in Apex, they were always saying, Zarya, you need better calls. Do you have the bubble? You always scream out yes, and then you just go in.
Yeah, remember, I think that's a really valid point. Even when I was at the New York Excelsior a long time ago. Now, it's a long time ago now, but...
You're old now.
Oh, yeah.
Surely.
But I had the honor of, you know, being with Kalios, who is actually really famous for his Zarya. And usually when it's a Zarya play, then the Zarya is the key to the communication of any team, because you need to know when your cooldown, you need to let the entire team know where your cooldowns are, whether you have line of sight, and then what. So usually, hey, it's kind of like the Pokemon trainer where you just say, hey, go Genji, I can cover for you. And
it also needs to be quick. It's literally just words. Bubble, 5 seconds. So it means it's bubble ready, it'll be ready in 5 seconds. Yeah, the communication is so quick because it's right before the fight, you just don't have that much time.
Exactly, and when you're actually inside a fight, there will be so many comms coming out that it might be just lost in the echo. But we're going to Suravasa, and we also have a change, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I'm seeing Hope instead of...
Hope is back with the soldier, so Lilko out, which means they're not playing Genji.
Yes, exactly.
From the GUK side, Fate still keeping up.
So this is going to be the familiar matchup that we're finally seeing of what we saw in Contenders Korea. This is going to be the Orisa matchup, Orisa composition versus the Zarya composition. So NGK they think, they have the confidence that they are the better team right now. So they want to outrange Fade and they want to fight on their own terms. While Fade, they want to rush in to NGK's
look at the HP
face.
bars on Fade. Somewhat dangerous moments. Yes, I'm ready for that teleporter to be seen. Oh, not even needed.
So this is exactly what NGK wants to do. They want to damage Fade. They want to take out Fade so that they are discouraged from going in. And if keeping a safe distance means that NGK can be the only one harming Fade and not the other way around.
Oh man, the Helix. Those brackets spinning around reminds me of a beautiful game.
Oh no, we do
Yeah.
not talk about that.
Shake it. Continuing to go forward here as Fade. They're losing so much HP even during the rotation.
Exactly, so they're falling. So that means NGUK is executing their game plan to perfection right now. Look at High already at half HP. Kyron pressured as well, so they need to press S instead of W.
Yeah, needs to go back. At least Kenji's deflecting okay.
But you can't deflect forever, my friend.
Might have stepped a little too far on that.
Remedy falling down, but it's still a numbers advantage on the side of NGUK. And at 85%, this is going to be final fight territory for at least this point. With Kyron gone, I think it's going to be curtains for point A. And NGUK, depending on where the next point is going to be, they might actually even have the rotational advantage because they have the Symmetra.
Yeah, there's that teleporter. Making them easy.
Exactly. NGK is going to have positional advantage on the second point as well. So they will be waiting for Fade to come. And they also have key ultimates online, the Photon Barrier there to nullify any, if not all,
a lot of those pokes.
And the threatens, even on close range as well, they can just wall play.
See? Fade. Nano up first, early on, but finds no target, no blade available, and Shaky goes down, no overclock used.
Wait, that's also the sound barrier used as well, so both support ultimates expended without any kills. So NGK, they used both of their support ultimates as well, but they will definitely be feeling better here because they still have 3 ultimates on the bank.
Huge miscommunication moment from Fade, certainly, as that blade was nowhere to be close to it. Or maybe the Genji might have stole that nano, because it was certainly looking better for Shake It to actually use that overclock with the nano. But finally, they will have both ultimates, but slightly still better. Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Blade early
high
on.
with the blade, but very low, taken down, and Shake It. It's not even given an opportunity to press that Q button as Hope with the tactical visor takes down Shake It, and also Karen's taken down by Tomato, so yet another fight win for NGUK. And it was an economical one. It was a very cheap fight win as well because NGUK G-Clef only used the tactical visor.
Not that expensive. And
Not at all.
also was able to keep that blade quite minimal, just a single kill, I believe. But still Shake It holding that overclock. There it is. Can you make that into a kill from distance?
But Shake It was pressured so much and was very low, so I don't think Shake It had the opportunity to do much more damage. And yes, Kyra uses the Graviton Surge, but it looks like Tomato is winning the tank ultimate value
99%.
fight here.
Oh man, the team wipe. It's a matter of seconds. NGUK breaking the doors everywhere. Fade. Oh man, in terms of rotation, this will be even tougher. NGUK certainly it is a longer distance for them and a quicker respawn for Fade for this flashpoint, but still.
Make them regret.
Yeah, I think that fight should have slightly more went for Fade, at least grabbing few kills with that many resources dropped.
Exactly. So Fade, even while they're committing a lot of resources, like you said, G-Clef, even like the bubbles, Zarya bubbles, maybe even the ults, they are losing fights where when NGUK is using equal or less resources. So this is going to be pretty much of a problem right now. Maybe it's a confidence issue, but Fade, if they want to start this reverse sweep coming, they have to start now.
Remedy early captain. Sun used, and no further kills from that moment, so Fade should be happy about that. Not really.
Shake It down in the neutral fight. This means Fade has to reset. Hai cannot afford to be staggered here. Very, very low.
It was actually the worst moment because Hope was also sleep darted for quite a while. The moment you don't have the DPS, they lost the DPS. Okay, here, catching 4.
Good immortality field,
though.
and that is followed up by the tactical visor. Yes, it does not find any kills. However, it is enough to discourage Fade and send them back all the way to regroup. Tomato taking a lot of damage, but it does not fall. He is the Risa after all, and with 96% on the Terra Surge and 77% and counting, this may be the last fight for Fade.
And Hai, you have to come up big. The field is taken out after so many slashes. Okay, the entire team actually is able to grab a lot more from the side this time, but NGUK actually holding all the ultimates, so not as bad. Still, you got 2 points already, 99%. So I think it's time for savings account.
Yeah, Fade should. It's like despite using that Dragon Blade for the attack on the point, they still have 3 key ultimates remaining, so it should be an advantageous fight for Fade. If on NGUK side of things, they can just afford to lose one more fight, but they are opening with the Photon Barrier. They are confident that they can win this. Shake It is very low, but it's not taken down, so it takes 2 kills.
Okay, great start for Fade. NGUK should be waiting, but Photon Barrier already used. So, might be regretting that a little bit as the pair-up didn't really line up together to be beautiful for NGUK. But still, nothing to worry about as they do have Symmetra. The rotation seems to be very quick to come back. Might still be able to contest for this again, 77%.
So, Fade still has the Graviton Surge. They need to make this worth it. Oh, that was a long range block! But it was still... Yeah, it wasn't blocked by the research.
3%. And...
But
Tomato.
Several kills coming on the side of NGK.
Oh, Hope ran for this.
Wait a second, you guys need to be at the
point! someone just touched the point and Fade! With overtime, cannot respond, and that is going to be a huge victory for NGUK. Another 3-0 of the night, as Fade did not have enough powers in their gauge to actually stop NGUK's crap power from moving on to the next round of lower bracket.
I'm really impressed with what NGUK was able to display today, because they were. I can see that this meta. I don't know if it's just the meta or that if it's their preparation, but it looks like a lot of the issues that they were displaying last week have been covered up. I don't know. Maybe it's just because they were playing against staff last week, and maybe they were playing against a little bit more of a comfortable opponent, but it looks like a lot of the communication issues that they have been suffering from is resolved. And what I'm really impressed about, G-Clef, is that they showcased they showcased every DPS player except KA94, and all of them impressed me.
Yeah, also on the other side, Shake It and Hajima, I've seen some brilliant moments coming out from Fade. So maybe next time for the future, maybe they can show a brighter side. For NGUK, the winner, it's really hard to choose the POTM, because I think there were lots of great moments coming from all the DPS, Tomato, and also all the supports covering up for each other. So
exactly.
I wonder who it's going to be. Okay.
It looks like, I mean, I guess it was entirely a good team performance overall, right? Yes, we talked about the DPS. And we also have to credit Tomato as well. Like, the Zarya play, predominantly the Zarya, maybe, yes, he did play Orisa on Suravasa, but mostly the Zarya today. But I think he was really good in both picks.
Yeah, I think as a tank was certainly holding the pillar to keep all the supports in the DPS line in the middle. And we will see who the player is. And it is indeed Tomato, the player that we were just talking about. First, starting with Sigma, Orisa, Zarya, whichever hero.
He also played the Sigma. Wow, that's quite a broad. I think so. He knows how to play all the heroes that is actually viable in the meta. Maybe Reinhardt if you want to count in Rein, but yeah. So we've seen a lot of good players, and I think I haven't seen a lot of moments where Zarya was on low energy. He was always high on energy. A consistent DPS threat, whether he was on the Zarya or the Orisa, because his javelins were on point as well.
Yet, just the fact that the Nano is going to the tank means so much. I don't need to say no more on
That's how much his teammates have faith in him.
Yeah, exactly. And usually it's only when both of the DPSs are gone, but even with both DPS up, the Nano going to the tank means, okay, this guy has full trust on the team. So that will be the end of the lower bracket run for today. As 6 below here, and NGUK will be moving up next. Oh, never mind. Invincible. Excuse me there. Invincible and NGUK will be moving up to the next round of the lower bracket, as we still have one more match moving into the upper bracket now. That will be Heaven Sent versus DAF, the hype match, the match that you guys have anticipated a lot for the final match today, as this is the winners.
Yeah, we will be having the big boys now. I mean, not discrediting any teams from the lower bracket, but I'm really excited to see the next two teams play, because they have been showing very, very dominant displays on the winners bracket so far, and only one can prevail today. Like, of course, on the third match for today, we won't be seeing anyone going home with getting eliminated from the bracket. However, whoever is going to win today has a very big advantage, because they don't have to play as much matches as the lower bracket, and they can just observe. They have more time to research. They have more time to observe how their potential opponents play, and also they can. Because this is a new patch for them, like getting that at least one more buy day can be very crucial in that preparation.
Yeah, they do have to send it up. So that's going to be the next match coming up. As we have said it, Heaven Sent versus DAF will be the winner's match, and that winning team will be going straight into that grand final for APAC. Let's find out who that team will be. But before that, let's take a small break, and when we come back, that winners. Now here is the last match of the night. It is going to be the best two teams so far from APAC. It is going to be Heaven Sent and DAF. Both very strong, but they do have some history. And just by a slight edge, I would say Heaven Sent should be leading just a little bit, like 52 to 48.
I would say a little bit more than that.
A little
but
bit more. Okay.
I want to be on the other side. I just, make sure that at least one of us win. But yeah, they, like you said, G-Clef, these two teams have a little bit of history. They have met each other both times, 2 times actually, in the Open Tournament. These two teams are both from the Southeast Asia Open Tournament. They have been, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, these two teams have been also in the winners finals and the grand finals for Open Tournament as well. So the bracket looks a little bit like similar to what the Contenders APAC is looking like right now, because this is going to be the winners finals, and if everything goes like as expected, these two teams might be seeing each other in the grand finals again.
Yeah, this might be an early matchup of a grand final of APAC Fall Series. Just saying that because there's certainly a chance, because these are the winners from the first 8 teams that we have clashing. So whichever team does drop down does not get eliminated immediately, because neither team has lost a single match yet. So they will still continue, but the winner will go straight into the grand final. So that's going to be the big benefit. So with the new patch, so I do have to say that DAF, I think because of their roster, well, in fact, both of them has such a big roster, but DAF actually has more of a specific roster for each hero, I think, especially the DPS and the tanks. So I believe I can have full trust that they are well fitted in the new meta with the Genji, Zarya, and also a few others. It's not just Zarya and Genji, but a lot of heroes got adjusted.
Exactly. So, like you said, G-Clef, both of these teams have very big rosters and have substitutes or bench members on each role, except for Heaven Sent on the DPS role, maybe. So Heaven Sent has 8 members of in the entire roster. DAF has 9. DAF, especially with 3.
8 versus 9.
8 versus
That's
9.
not fair.
But only 5 can play at the same time.
Oh, yes.
So, well, I guess I do agree with that. DAF has a little bit of more flexibility, especially because this meta kind of requires a little bit more of a diversity and DPS. Because sometimes depending on which tank you play, like for example, if you play the Orisa, you can go with the Soldier, and also the Torbjorn as well. And if you go with the Zarya, then probably Genji is kind of a locked-in pick, and then you go with a hit scan, maybe preferably we see a lot of the Sojourn, but then we also see a little bit of the Widowmaker. Also, sometimes I remember I saw a Cassidy yesterday in Contenders Korea as well.
Oh yes, just once, and it did not do too well. But regardless, that new grenade does seem to be working okay, not bad with the magnet. But sometimes enough to trap. Against Sombra, it was great, but in the new meta, I don't think it's as viable at the moment.
Yeah, so also maybe at this level of play, even the Winston, which is kind of outdated in this meta, is also kind of viable if you play correctly, right? So, if you want to play the Winston in this match, then the Genji is also kind of locked in as well, because it is looking like, if this iteration of a possible Winston meta looks like way back into earlier this year where we played the Winston Genji Soldier. And so we can expect a lot of things from these two teams. But overall, I think Heaven Sent, just because they had the history of winning against DAF before, should be a little bit favorite for this matchup.
Yes, and in terms of hero pulls, I'm imagining even on a different patch compared to last week, it's going to be about the same. But what I mentioned about the AF is that they have specific players for specific heroes, which means that they will have a lot of substitute between the maps. But when they need to play that different hero on the same map, will that be the real challenge?
I think so, but if you just look at the roster here, there's so much talent and so much experience on both sides of the rosters that I don't think that it's going to be a major issue. But if you go that road, if you just kind of isolate the conditions of whether a single player is flexible enough to change compositions in a single map, I think Heaven Sent also has a little bit of an advantage on that point as well. Because let me just introduce these two teams' history a little bit. DAF is basically mostly of the members of former Kraken Esports, and so they had a lot of experience on especially Contenders Southeast Asia, Contenders APAC. And Heaven Sent, we've been seeing this team in a lot of NA Contenders, these are players that have had a lot of experience on the Contenders.
Yeah, so for sure. And I think we need more time to read all the history, because these players have so much experience in Overwatch competitive. So before we tell you more, we'll take a short break, guys, because we're getting all the players ready, settled in. We need some extra time. When we come back, we should have that match real soon. So let's take a short breather. And guys, go grab some H2O while we take a break. And welcome back, everyone, for the Fall Series APAC. We're just waiting for that final match of the night, which is the hype one, the winner's match. But just wait a little bit. I think we need some extra time. But we're back, at least on the screen, which means preparations are ongoing.
Yeah, good things take time, as I've heard from some wise people back in the day.
Oftentimes, I do find fast food very delicious.
Okay, I mean, hey,
that's where most of my belly comes from.
Like to be fair, fast food these days take a bit of a time. Remember, like I don't know if you're from the East Coast or the West Coast, but the East Coast, it's going to be Five Guys. Five Guys take a little bit of time. I mean, you know, it takes
a couple of minutes. When they're super busy, yes, a couple more minutes. But
the one in Manhattan takes about a few more minutes, all right?
Because there are gazillion people over there. Near DC, Virginia, Maryland, not as much. As we have the introductions on the team now. Heaven Sent on the left. Of course, DAF, as you can see from the logo, DAF. On the right, as we'll see, we'll find out so far who the best team is going to be from the upper bracket. We'll see same first to three. As we were also just saying, oh, well, were you actually leaning towards DAF towards the end, or?
I'm gonna go towards Heaven Sent here because I think I value experience, and I think in a very kind of new meta, like having that kind of more experience on a higher level, because these teams, I forgot to mention that these teams have been playing on the Pro-Am stage on the West Coast side of things. So these players have experience playing with the very best players in the entire world. So having that kind of experience into their blood, kind of, I think should be enough for them to fare well in this new meta.
As we will see, still the same roster that they have played from last week, having Clear Kun as the main tank and Ayako sitting comfortably after having Ping Padel and Rupi being played as a support. And what I was mostly impressed was the teamwork that they were having, the correlations, all 5 members. Should be similar or exactly the same or even better with the new patch. I'm excited to see with some potential new heroes popping out. And here is their opponent, DAF.
So we have High Vision, Yoshinori 2K, R3K, a lot of talent from former Kraken Esports, and iBang Pally here. R3K starting means a lot here. I think Dank and R3K sharing, usually they share playtime, but R3K starting means that it might be potentially a Zarya look for a Zarya start from the side of DAF. Yoshinori 2K also a very good Genji player as well. So a lot of clues hint at a Zarya start. Maybe a little bit of a Sigma if it's going to be if it comes to it, but unlike the former matches, I'm going to spoil this a little bit. It's going to be Lijiang Tower instead of Busan. So if it was Busan, maybe I would have like, hey, this might come to it like a Sigma with a Genji as a topping here. But it looks like it's going to be a Zarya for DAF here.
Oh yes, as we going to Lijiang Tower, very likely. As I think this is our first Lijiang Tower of the day, because we had 2 Busans beforehand.
Yeah, both maps, all 3 maps actually are predetermined by comp ops, and then after that, the loser gets to choose the next map. So it'll be definitely an interesting choice. But for Lijiang Tower, it's a very balanced out map. It's been there for a while, and I think right now a lot of the compositions are viable. Maybe even the Junker Queen is also viable in some like night market, and we'll definitely see how it goes. Sometimes I think some teams actually think that Orisa would be better in Lijiang Tower, especially in a little bit of the more smaller maps like Control Center. But it'll definitely be interesting to see how the best teams in APAC so far think of how they think of the meta right now.
Yes. Lijiang, here we go as... Oh. We have a lot more Echo and in the air comps. But not as much as we do stay on the ground with Zarya. To see Clear Kun, R3K both hovering that for now.
Yeah, so if you look at the hovers, both of the teams are looking towards the Zarya composition. And very interestingly enough, High Vision on the Symmetra, it may implicate that they will be going with the Symmetra. Oh no, okay, they're going with the Sojourn. So this is going to be, Daph is going with the traditional Zarya Genji composition that we've been seeing so far. Heaven Sent actually throwing a curveball here with the Reaper. We've seen this at the very earliest versions of Overwatch 2. So, and a lot of the teams actually say, even in the Overwatch League scrims, a lot of teams say Reaper Zarya is also a very good composition as well.
Yeah, certainly, because oftentimes on this point, you have to come in. And Iron, let's see how well he can manage to recover with the Reaper. Certainly for now, hiding off to the side.
So in theory, these two compositions have the same win conditions. The Reaper and the Genji have to be in the opponent's faces, and they force a choice whether you're going to feed the energy of the other Zarya or die to the Genji or the Reaper. Which said, Heaven Sent is doing a lot of damage to Daph and taking out the Zarya and the Genji and everyone else, mind you, meaning that they will have a more percentage on the point. And if they actually manage to have more stagger kills, that's going to be more time on the board for the side of Heaven Sent.
And immediately Nano
Daph
onto Yoshinori.
Yeah, I don't know if they wanted to do something. Maybe yes, but High Vision does take Zeros on in the end, so that's a little bit of pressure alleviated on the side of Daph. However, remember, Heaven Sent is controlling the point, and Daph was not in a position to retake, so that they might be missing that nano boost, especially with Yoshinori 2K approaching that Dragon Blade.
Okay, Matrix up, but Zero, I think, still needs some more time to actually come back. And with no DPS now coming into the point, there's a Graviton right before the point.
Graviton surge answered by the sound barrier. Good sound barrier from iBang. But remember, the longer this fight goes, Heaven Sent is feeling good here because the point is at 77. Yoshinori 2K taken down, and High Vision, even with that.
Yeah, R3K's Graviton not really having too much impact. Oh, actually, right after that, DPS.
Oh, the follow-up fight is actually
Yoshinori
in favor of Daph.
Yeah. Finally turning things around after dropping almost everything. The blade just came online, so 94%.
So the Nano Blade is going to be online for Daph, so probably if executed correctly, Daph will be able to have the advantageous fight. The only variable for Heaven Sent will be the Death Blossom with the Zarya bubble. So if Heaven Sent, it's going to be an interesting decision to see if Heaven Sent will just willingly concede a fight.
Now the blade from Yoshinori.
Okay. Oh, and that was a good
almost
blade
the entire team white with a sleeping Lucio.
Oh, they're going to stall that. They're going to stagger him. Okay, so that's Daph is going to get much needed percentage for that point because it's 94%, excuse me, for the side of Heaven Sent. This means that one single team fight win will be enough to have Night Market on the way of Heaven Sent.
Yeah, might need, depending on how long the fight goes, might need to for the yeah. So Heaven Sent actually rotating off to the side, or at least pretending. Here's the entire team. Man, the moment High Vision gets picked off, Zero wins that 1v1 fight.
High Vision falling is not good news for Daph because Heaven Sent will be taking control of that point and it will be ticking overtime very soon. And remember, this is going to be Death Blossom with the with the Zarya shield will be very, very threatening here.
Even before that, basically the entire team. And there's a sound barrier to keep few members. There's High Vision and R3K. Can they make the miracle work?
R3K very low. R3K needs to survive in order for any chance
but
for Daph to take. But RDK
quarters.
is down.
So much damage from coming out from Reaper. Yoshinori's here to pick up the remainders. Is he able to? Shadow Step, Reaper survives.
My goodness, Iron Varp, although he did fall, stalled so much time, but I don't think it's going to matter because Yoshinori 2K did take down 2 members of Heaven Sent, so it's going to be total reset for Heaven Sent. 67% means that it might be potentially last strike for either side.
Heaven Sent almost had that point. They wanted to stall. Plus, maybe take the game if they end up winning that 3v3 fight. So here is Heaven Sent coming back into the point now, 80% already. Oh, grab the surge early on just to grab Genji?
That was a good pick actually because they know that Dav has the Yoshinori 2K was approaching the Dragon Blade. They will not have that available for that last fight. Oh, it's the
Nano Lucio! Nano Frog! Which means that there's no source of extra damage. And Ivan must have jumped in front of either the tank or High Vision.
I mean, small oopsies for the side of Dav, but it might be costing them the map. Ibang is there to touch, but not for long. R3K down as well. Yoshinori 2K might have to use that blade just to get that extra dash. But no, it is going to... Night Market is going to the side of Heaven Sent. It was a pretty close map, G-Club. However, Heaven Sent kind of showing why they're our favorite. Well, at least proving why I believe they are favorites for this match, G-Club.
Yeah, so DAF also... Yoshinori's blade almost turned the game around for a couple of team fights. And even after that, the Nano did come back later. Even with disregard the Lucio Nano, but even without it, I think DAF might actually have to switch targets a little bit, put less pressure on Yoshinori, let R3K also do some work. Now Yoshinori's on that Reaper. Immediate response after what happened last game.
The TP is there. I think Iron Varp is going to change into something. Yeah, so it's going to be the Reaper mirrors. This is the first time we're going to see both teams going with the Reaper here.
Exactly the same with Zarya and Lucio. Early field coming out from Heaven Sent to keep that Zarya alive. Iron gets one kill.
Falls first, so Dav will be having positional advantage. Heaven Sent has to retreat and regroup. Fortunately, the Reaper has high mobility, so we'll be back in the fight. But so Heaven Sent is actually going to contest. But with R3K at 100 energy, it's going to be hard to contest this point here.
They need perfect go back and forth with the bubbles. So here's Iron. Oh, way too much output coming out from High Vision, but Clearkun trying to respond. Both Reapers dead.
Oh, good use of the Amp Matrix here. So they're flushing out members of Dav. Dav still able to contest the point, but not for long. So after 22%, they're going to take back the point, which is not too bad for the side of Heaven Sent.
Thought that was taking some more time for Heaven Sent to continue on their point, but still made it clear. Had the points flipped now towards them, and not too long away from the barriers, the Graviton, and also the Overclock. Iron trying to be fishy.
Sneaky,
for that rotation.
Iron. High Vision is approaching the Overclock, so it's going to be a very important tool to get that point. However, Yoshinori is taken down early, so there is that aggression for Heaven Sent. They saw the opportunity. They're taking their opportunity and their chance. They're sending Dav all the way back to their spawn. That's only one ultimate spent for Heaven Sent. And again, Dav is going to have to use their... Oh, no. They're not even giving them the chance. Oh, good sound barrier from Ibang here. And Dav strikes back. Yes, Heaven Sent wanted the early aggression. However, I think they were overextending a little bit there. And Dav punishes them. And they take that back to point. And not only that... Okay, never mind. I thought Dav used minimal ultimate set, but actually used quite a bit.
But I actually like it. I think it was a moment where they actually needed the flip at 58. You might say it's an overuse, but still good advantage here. Heaven Sent with the barrier window going up, knowing that there's no ult available for DAF, but DAF backing off nicely, only losing one. Okay, can they finish the fight?
Oh, that all of the.
At least he tried.
At least he tried.
Didn't work.
I'll give him that. That was so unfortunate.
I thought he actually disappeared into the teleporting spot, but disappeared.
The Shadow Walk probably would. Usually the Shadow Walk was enough, but the boop, the extra velocity from the boop was. Wow. Okay. So good play from Rupert there, and with both Reapers having their ults online.
Iron with that blossom.
Iron.
3 kills and leading into 4.
With 90% and everyone down on the side of Dav. Can anyone contest?
Yeah, Clifton's already at the door.
Arthur K with
Oh, here's Doomfist.
the Doofus Mine is taken down.
Ruby on top knew that Doomfist was coming towards the window.
He's having his Lijiang moment here. I thought Lijiang from
That's it,
Boston
overtime.
Uprising was playing on Heaven said, what a play from
GG.
what a place from Lucy over
So
there.
we already had one amazing boop from the previous match, and this will be our first second. We did not get to see it from Lucy's point of view though, so it's a 0.5, not a full swing. Still a pretty fun moment as the Doomfist wanted to charge into the window, but when you're just spoofed away.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a desperation touch attempt, so I mean I can't blame R3K too much, but overall, I think this match is really, really interesting. I think this is a match of very high standards. Both teams reading the meta very well. Like we've also seen the Genji and the Zarya on both sides of Night Market. We also saw the Reaper and the Zarya for the first time. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time that we saw both teams use the Zarya Reaper, and it was not one-sided at all. Yes, I think Heaven Sent was kind of dominant the entire time, but DAF was also very competitive there. So I think we might be up for a series, G-Clef.
Yeah, I think so. Very close games as both teams responding really quickly. Even that almost seems like it wasn't really 100% prepared or practiced to have the counter Reaper from DAF. But still, it was really worth it, and there were some promising moments. As we will go into the next map, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we will have that map 2 hybrid. Welcome back to Fall Series 8-Pack. This is winner's match, and the two teams are certainly delivering the speed, momentum, the catch-up between the switches into heroes. I love it. The quality has just gone up like crazy, and these two teams certainly... Daft's having somewhat of a trouble managing... Well, I was saying that I like it at first because it was what they required to flip the point to use 3 ultimates at the same time. But it ended up being somewhat of a mistake, ult management, because right after having said, okay, 3 ults, they should have no ults, let's just go in, and eventually right after it was game and donezo.
Yeah, I think like I definitely agree that the quality of the match is deserving of like the winners finals namesake right now. Both of the teams are playing like winners. It's just that Heaven Sent has a little bit of more of an edge, at least on Lijiang Tower. Well, it's definitely interesting to see how Def will bounce back from it, because I can see that both teams understand their win conditions very perfectly, and then they are trying their best to take advantage of the smallest mistakes that their opponents are making, namely the ult management, because I don't think DAF was having issues with like ult discipline necessarily, but it's just like a little difference in that split-second decision that, hey, sometimes like when you plan these fights out, then you have this kind of like opinion differences on, hey, we need 2 ults to win this fight. No, we actually need the sound barrier as well, or maybe some other ultimate as well. And then you press that button. It's that split-second decision making that makes the difference here. There's a big difference in between those kind of decisions and just throwing out ults. So I think it's not necessarily DAF just, you know, brainlessly pressing QQQ just because they have them, but yeah. So all the same, this gets me more excited for map 2, and this is going to be DAF's map pick. I am excited to see what they have in store for map 2, because we might have potential to have Blizzard World, because Blizzard World Reaper Zarya works. Blizzard World is all, but it's going to be King's Row.
All the hopes and dreams are crushed with the map. It is again King's Row, which I can't complain. One of the oldest maps. Oh, it is the oldest map.
And
along
with
with many others
since the beginning.
The classic, the oldie. King's Row, you can't go wrong with that. But on this map too, there are some Reaper moments, as in the middle there are rails where you drop down with the Blossom. And even for the first point.
There are a lot of good Blossom angles on this map. So I think DAF is trying to test the flexibility of Heaven Sent here, because definitely, yes, we've seen from previous matches here that Zarya works, but this is a map that, especially on the defense side of things, well, I mean, excuse me, on the offense side of things, Zarya has a hard time taking high ground. We've mentioned this multiple times. However, like, I think what DAF is doing here is that, hey, they're throwing a question where, hey, Heaven Sent, if Zarya doesn't work, can you change your comp mid-map? And Heaven Sent, they're hovering Zarya right now, and I think they are confident enough to just match the Zarya here.
And can we make that team work? With the comp, Heaven Sent for now. On attack, we'll test just a sneak peek
Keeps me sharp.
from Zero with the Widow, and eventually we'll switch into whatever else. We'll have to see that switch.
Probably the Sojourn, maybe, I think.
I was playing a lot of hit scans, so it makes sense.
So that's that first shot. Okay, back to the Sojourn. So the difference here is going to be the Reaper and the Genji, also with the Ashe versus the Sojourn. Sojourn is a much more stable pick in terms of DPS, but Ashe has that, I guess, burst damage potential. So if...
Hey, Reaper. Oh, Bubble.
Oh, Bubble
Good
denies the Coach Gun. So Ashe has to fall back. And R3K in trouble here.
Good field from Heaven Sent, but losing both tanks. And to follow up with the mechanicals of the EPSs.
This is bad news for DAF, because remember, Clearcoon has a shorter, being the attack side of things, has a shorter spawn range.
Even faster with Doomfist.
Yeah, and swapping to the Doomfist is probably a temporary measure because they want. Oh, and that's the headshot to High Vision. So I think that's going to. Yes, there's going to be the contest from Dav, but will that be enough to stop
Focusing
the
on
Dav? No,
tank.
the contest is not
What?
there.
No one stepped in? They were all
there and available. Probably, I think they were
ready to
probably
drop
available
down.
there.
Oh. Yeah, Zarya was off to the corner, but the rest of the members, they're ready to drop down at the same time. Maybe they were waiting for the extra member who was just cut off, but it was required much more time. But on top of that, Evan, they are just going to be wrecking more things because they can do so.
This is very important.
Very violent.
I think, yeah, indeed, very violent indeed. Hey, this is violence. Make this a PG. No, make this a rated R. This was too much violence for kids. But hey, what I wanted to say here is this is very important because remember, even after a capping point A, there is a very important choke in the arc right after the first point. But taking out that many members, even after that cap, means that Heaven Sent just went through that arc without any violence.
Blade. Early on, Yoshinori with the nano. So DAF with a couple more kills, but Zero actually responded with a kill too. So 2-1. And DAF. Oh, look at those percentages after.
Oh man, that's a
single
lot.
digits.
That's a lot of volts.
Okay, got one
not
more.
available for Dav. However, look at Heaven Sent here. Yes, they did use the overclock. They did use the sound barrier. However, they have 3 ultimates, and that should be more than enough to flush out Dav. And
Yeah, somehow Daft needs to find a window and hold this and gather their ultimates.
I think that's on the shoulder of High Vision there because High Vision is approaching
93% soon.
The overclock, and being in a very narrow corridor, it might be a good opportunity to have multiple kills with a single ultimate.
And after the Swift, good kill of the Yoshinori, but a whole lot of ults. Clear Kun.
There's that overclock, but does not. Ooh,
a little too far on
okay.
himself, but response from Iron. Oh, good cover from DAF. Both teams.
Trade kills on either side. RDK living on a sliver, but oh, that's going to be the end of.
Pink Padel covering for the team, picking up as a support. That's sometimes what you need to do. As the push continues from Heaven Sent.
So 4 minutes and a half on the time bank of Heaven Sent. This is going to be a long attack and a big time bank. And oh, Dav cannot afford to have any neutral deaths. That's a neutral self fight, but Yoshinori High Vision down means that both damage dealers on.
They're pushed back to the spawn.
The side of Dav is gone. RTK almost gets kills as well. The payload's still going, moving, G-Club. This is basically a 4v5 because two members of Heaven Sent is pushing the payload.
Okay,
finally, they get punished, and it's going to be...
Oh, somewhat off of timing for Heaven Sent because Overclock was just used from Zero. Maybe Heaven Sent, they were looking to press this payload into the final zone because of the fact that they had so much pressure to respawn.
Exactly. So I think Heaven Sent showed a little bit of overconfidence there. However, they still should be feeling pretty good because they have 3 minutes left, and after this fight, okay, the question is Yoshinori going to take that Dragon Blade very low, taking down. But this is a very expensive fight for Dav. They need to profit a lot from this because they use 3 ults. The only one that has ult is in spawn. High Vision is down. A lot of damage taken away from Dav. Clear Cut is on 99. So this is a DPS threat.
That moment was cut off by Rupee's sound barrier. Yoshinori had to put down the blade, but did see Lucio dropping that beat.
Yoshinori down, and that's the cap.
That's touch 248. Then everything else with the blade was supposed to happen, but inside of that Genji, there was that sound barrier from Lucio stopping that button from being pressed, which basically meant all the damage was ignored at that moment. Some great timing coming out from Heaven Sent once again, which we always say King's Row final point is one of the tougher a place to push all the way. Even to the last second.
Definitely.
But Heaven Sent, they have done it pretty cleanly in their fashion.
Like you said, G-Clev, King's Row is not a map that is easily full capped, and Heaven Sent not only just full capped, but with 2 minutes and 48 seconds on the time bank. This is going to be a hard record to beat, but for now, Dav has to focus on the task at hand, and they have to make sure that they at least have a chance to go to extra rounds, because if they don't full cap, it's going to be match point for Heaven Sent.
Which will be some breaking news for Fall Series APAC, as didn't really expect some Reaper to come out from today's matches, but I'm a very happy caster to be talking about Reaper.
Yeah, I think Reaper is working wonders here, because even so, the Reaper is applying enough pressure to R3K to the point that R3K needs to use bubbles on himself. And that means at least one less bubble to Yoshinori 3K and Yoshinori 2K, I'm sorry. But that means that the survivability of the Genji is less, and High Vision taken down early by Iron Farm. And R3K in danger. Yes, both supports are available. Yoshinori 2K taken down. So,
It was a funny moment. Aaron says, wait, I should have died. I survived. Oh, thanks for the immortality field. And then he kept on attacking. Had to see with his own sight just to check how am I surviving against these three.
It took him about half a second to realize that he was not going to die. And then he started killing again.
Like, thanks, Pink Paddle. That's the teamwork. As Heaven Sent is successful in defense. No tick whatsoever yet. Iron Shadow steps all the way back. Was in the danger zone for a second. Now, well, big rotation from the AF. Yoshinori very low. Cannot be healed.
Yoshinori taken down, Pally taken out at the same time again. So this means Dav has to full reset again. And R3K in that hotel. If R3K is staggered, then this is going to be tragic for DAF here.
Zerkun chasing down the opponent with pretty strong energy level.
Ibang needs to survive. Back. Okay, R3K has a decent amount of energy, so as long as the team can regroup at a full health situation, then they should be okay. But R3K taken down, so it's not going to matter. They have to reset once again.
Hits it with their overclock, and with just one ultimate, near perfect defense. Now the time is only less than 2:06.
So half of the time bank gone from the side of Def now. Yes, Def will have their own tools. They will have the overclock. They will have the sound barrier. They will have the graviton surge and the nano boost. Maybe they want to save that nano boost for the potential Dragon Blade. However, Heaven Sent has 3 ultimates, and they have the Death Blossom almost going ready. Iron almost taken down with that sleep. However, there was a little bit of damage. I think that woke them up. That's the overclock.
Yeah, after the barrier gone, that's exactly when you strike. But early, wait.
Good sound barrier to keep the rest of the members alive. Clearcut stays alive somehow, and invest the sound barrier, invest the graviton surge, excuse me, and that Yoshinori 2K that was nanoed is taken down, so no Dragon Blade available. So this is actually a winnable fight for the side of Heaven Sent.
Can they really keep this point up? There's only 1.5 ticks.
The flanking Reaper, and then there's the Blossom!
But, actually, I think that was a boop from Ibang, and yeah, I think that was allowing the Iron to actually go up in the air again, just leading the damage.
So denying a lot of the damage from the Death Blossom, so huge credit to Ibang there, because I believe at that point there was the Lucio, there was the Anna, so if that boop didn't register, then that would have been at least a 2-kill, maybe a 3-kill for Iron, and the cap would not have been there.
Smart play from Ibang. Heard the Shadow Step happening.
The Dragon Blade without the nano there.
There's the scream. Yoshinori finally coming up huge. Okay, 2 for 1.
I'll take that trade any time of the day. And that's also a kill on the Sojourn and the Lucio. So a lot of pressure alleviated for the side of Daft, meaning that they can push through that choke point. They don't have to fight in a disadvantage on that choke point, so that's good news for Daft. And they also have the nano and the Graviton Surge, while Heaven Sent doesn't have any ultimates at the current moment. So they know this too, and they're taking this window of opportunity to... Oh, but Clear-kun is taking down Yoshinori 2K. This fight is...
What a response from Heaven Sent.
This fight is still anyone's game.
They're not even using a single ultimate to respond back from that Nano Graviton. Just insane amount of cover from each other. I thought there would be at least a barrier, at least a sound barrier from Lucio or some other cover from coming out from the ultimates. But even if they had less abilities, is the big ultimates. So somehow they just managed with the perfect bubbles.
Yeah, I think the timing from DAF was okay. Because remember, this was the situation where DAF was the only one having the ultimates, so the timing for the Graviton Surge was pretty decent. But I think it's more of Heaven Sent outplaying DAF rather than DAF making a mistake. Because Heaven Sent didn't, like you said, G-Clef, they didn't have any ults, and then they just outplayed DAF. So, and this is gonna hurt DAF really badly because DAF expended the Graviton Surge, and a lot of ultimates from the side of Heaven Sent is going to be online. So it's going to be an uphill fight, and DAF has to either quickly bait out the ultimates from Heaven Sent, even though if that means they lose a fight or two. Or they have to do what Heaven Sent did to them. They have to win fights without using ultimates.
So only I can come up with a few solutions. Might have to be like Yoshinori deflecting that Graviton and turning it to your own.
That's also a very good possibility, G-Club, actually.
I think that is like the one thing that I can think of right now, but because the situation looks very dire for DAF at the moment, I think it's basically required for them to push less than a 2 minutes.
Or maybe another scenario is that High Vision, without the ultimate, just with the ordinary charged railgun, picks like a very important member of Heaven Sent.
Matrix up, and that's a dead R3K. Barrier did not save him!
Yeah, so it's actually the other way around. DAF has to use the ultimate just to try to save R3K, but without success. And Heaven Sent, yes, they use the amplification matrix, but hey, if you ask anyone in Overwatch is of the value between the if you're willing to trade a amp matrix with the sound barrier, anyone will take that any time of the day.
Yeah, so I bang. That'll be okay. High Vision just presses it, says I have to do it now, but with the Graviton, Clear-kun early on grabbing those members.
Heaven Sent clearly knows that DAF does not have ultimates yet, so they just use that Graviton Surge. Yes, you usually don't want to use it on a single member, but...
Oh, why is DAF here? Onto the other side of the map. It almost seems like they respond from the lava count. It's
really impressive of how Heaven Sent clearly acquires their target. They have their target priority on individual members of DAF who pose the most threat. Though in this case, I believe Heaven Sent will be targeting either Yoshinori 2K or Pally because they know that these two are going to be main threats of DAF.
Okay, there's Nano Blade available, DAF. Might be last chance, 5 seconds left. There's a blade, but the barrier from Loopy is perfect.
Zero!
This might be the stop. And Heaven Sent looking to have this map number 2 close, and there it is. No more time left for DAF to push.
Wow, what a fight from Heaven Sent there. Yes, DAF, yes, of course, Heaven Sent has been having on the front foot, in the entire map. However, DAF had a very, very powerful combination in the form of the Nano Blade, and they answered perfectly, and I think the sound barrier timing was impeccable to negate the damage of the Dragon Blade. And after there were no casualties and the dash doesn't reset from the side of Genji, then it's just Heaven Sent's turn, and with the ultimate advantage and with the damage advantage there, it's just curtains. It's just a winning fight.
Yeah, I think we are getting let's say if Heaven Sent is able to win today's match, I think we're getting very close to a POTM on a support, and I don't think we've had a support POTM for a very long time.
Not in APAC, no.
So I think we're getting close to that if Heaven Sent does end up winning the first 3, because It wasn't perfect. I mean, DAF still, they were able to push up to some points, but certainly a lot were denied by some great plays coming out from Heaven Sent. But before we go into that map number 3, guys, small break once again. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. APAC Fall Series winners match, and so far 2-0 is not the score that we expected, but here we are, and Heaven Sent seems to be rolling with things as DAF tried to chase, but oftentimes managing to use some more ultimates and running out of ultimates and missed ultimates. Much ultimate problems.
Well, hey, I want to give DAF a little bit of credit because they're still playing very competitively, to be honest. Yes, I think on paper it looks like Heaven Sent is rolling on DAF, and I did put Heaven Sent as the label Heaven Sent as the favorites for today's match, but like this means I think the difference is kind of like smaller than it looks like it is, because it is like the sliver of like it is the, like I said on map 1, the last minute last second decisions, like one ultimate, those are the differences that are putting Heaven Sent in the lead. But nonetheless, it is still the difference. That means there is a difference between these two teams. We'll see if DAF is able to kind of make up for it. And Suravasa, we're not seeing any junk.
Yeah, New
Junk City here.
Yeah, New Junk City at all. As we will continue to go into the land of Suravasa. Will we see a few more Symmetras or DAF responding back with the Reaper? I'm not too sure if either team is actually going to stay.
If I think it depends on whether DAF kind of expects Heaven Sent to play the Reaper again, because if DAF thinks that Heaven Sent plays the Reaper again, it might be worth playing the Orisa.
Just for this map, okay.
But it looks like R3K has some other things in mind. I actually like this Junker Queen idea from the side of DAF because, yes, like the Zarya Reaper composition is like very similar to the Zarya Genji composition. It is noticeably slower. It is a slower tempo. It's like the same win conditions with the slower but stronger. Like it is a slower version of that Zarya Genji, but with the compensation of higher damage output. But if DAF can make this Junker Queen, Tracer, and Lucio composition work, they might be outmaneuvering Heaven Sent and maybe able to make something happen.
Oh yes,
here.
in terms of mobility, GF they have basically all the heroes, I guess, except for Junk Queen.
Well,
They have
Junker
that
Queen also
mobility.
has Shout, and that's the movement speed as well. Bonus
But
movement speed as well.
Yoshinori, high vision, which means when they are rotating, they need to find moments and they need to find kills for at least a whole lot of damage, so they can take advantage. But there's high vision
high
early
vision
on.
is taken out of the picture, so that's a
Zeru
lot of damage
again.
output missing. But
Harley.
Iron is traded out.
Harley with that headshot onto Iron. 1 DPS dead on both sides, 4v4. Hirakun keeping better in control. Heaven Sent already getting 11%.
Oh, but Pink Patel out of the picture. Oh, Ibang also down, means that it's on equal terms now. But remember, Heaven Sent has the point, but it looks like DAF will be able to find the flip.
Yeah, R3K was able to sort of sustain and hit the right dagger. Also, Yoshinori going down early high vision means that they can join the fight early on compared to members like the ones that you have to walk all the way.
I really like the adaptation from Heaven Sent here. Remember that I said that the Zarya Reaper composition is strong in damage and has similar win conditions to the Genji composition, but is a little bit slower. They notice that DAF is going with the quicker composition and is swapping out to the Genji.
And Moira.
And Moira as well.
And Moira.
I'm not too sure
And
about the
Moira.
Moira pick, to be honest, but it is definitely
We'll
something
see.
that's
It's been cut
interesting.
out. Here's Irons. Genji on screen for the first time. Immediately picked up by Ibang, and the entire team immediately gone. That didn't really take too long.
Yeah, so they brought up a quicker
well,
composition and they just left us quickly.
Scratching our heads and saying, okay, what just happened right there? DF didn't really even have to use an ultimate.
Yeah, DAF looks like they're going to cap this first point. And for the first time in this series, G-Clef, it looks like DAF actually has a chance in winning. Because in the previous maps, yes, they were competitive, but it looked like Heaven Sent was in control the entire time. But for the first time in this series, DAF looks like they're in control.
Yeah, especially with RTK Queen up in front, doing so much more work. Probably early Kitsune with the barrier that does catch all 5. Pulse bomb goes wide.
Oh, Clear Cut uses the graviton surge, but dies right after that. And Yoshinori 2K and the rest
Okay,
of
some
DAF.
trading kills though. Iron still surviving with the Genji. Okay, Yoshinori picking up that little bit of HP. And still another win for DAF. Just had to use a couple from supports.
Well, I think DAF, despite using both support ultimates, is actually feeling pretty good here because Heaven Sent used 2 ultimates of their own as well. Yes, Iron will be having that Dragon Blade, but DAF also has some very aggressive ultimates as well, including the Rampage and the Overclock, and they can start the fight.
Early high vision, overclock, and Zero immediately gone. And this R3K on fire right now.
Oh. Where DAF finally waking up in this series, and it looks like this Junker Queen and Tracer composition with a lot of speed is really suiting them right now.
And Yoshinori's already 70% after that pulse bomb. So
I mean, of course, yes, the Pulse Bomb is one of the easier ultimates to charge, but still, getting 70% of a Pulse Bomb right after the fight that you used it is pretty impressive. And R3K can open up the fight with the good angle.
Shout out to
Rampage,
Rampage.
they're on 4!
All four, and Heaven Sent, they might have to just give this one up and retreat as it is. 97, 98, 99.
The
And-
problem
okay, Lucio.
is that it is going to be second point and map point for the side of Daft for Heaven Sent. And Heaven Sent doesn't have a lot of ultimates to that's getting ready, that's getting online soon. Yes, the Dragon Blade is going to be there, however, Dav, if the fight goes long enough, might be able to have a sound barrier ready. And also, Dav has a ultimate that can start the fight, which is the Kitsune Rush. Right now, they're starting the aggression here.
They played Iron. Okay, Yoshinori down. Well, actually a trading kill with the pulse bomb there. Actually did stick into Genji, which is quite rare. Clearkun's Junker Queen matching in tanks.
But a lot of the aggro went to Iron to take down Iron Vibe. That Clearcoon actually is free and can take down a lot of the members of Dav. So I think for the first time in this map, no, not the first time, but for Heaven Sent comfortably takes the cap on point C, and they are in a position, I think they should be in a position where they're more comfortable with starting the fight with ults, because they will be having the Kitsune Rush of their own. They have the sound barrier, and they will be having the Rampage online soon.
Still keeping up with shouts.
There is that Kitsune Rush to start the
Oh,
fight.
the barrier
And
not
the
enough for High
Prophet,
Vision.
High Vision is down. Yes, the sound barrier is there, but it is not going to stop them, is not going to save them from losing that fight, and they have to retreat. The question is, will there be more casualties? Pally could teleport to...
Clearcut, you don't want to force yourself too far out, as Yoshinori wanted to have a counter kill, but gets himself picked off. No more. Continue. Yep, that is just going to be it. And Heaven Sent, no more push, as this surely will go towards Heaven Sent, looking for that extra point for DAF.
I think Daft needs to contest though, because
they're coming in.
Yeah, they
2%. Well,
they need to do this, because even if they lose the fight and lose the point, they need to bait out the ultimates from Heaven Sent at least. Yes.
There's one
Okay,
Rampage.
there you
4
go.
men.
Yes, a good Rampage from Clearcoon, but this is, I think this is a good. No, but wait, High Vision used. Wait,
Yeah,
High
just
Vision
use the overclock.
Yes, use overclock, but I think Daft's plan should have been, hey, we know that we're going to contest and we know that we're going to lose this point. However, we are going to make sure that Heaven Sent uses more ultimates than they should have, they're comfortable with. And that involves High Vision not using the overclock, but but looking at the bright side for Daft, trading the overclock with the Rampage is somewhat of a profitable fight, but to be honest, I don't think that overclock was necessary.
Oh, I fully have to agree. Plus, your entire team, they hold on 0 here. Yeah, cut off way too early. The dagger right onto him.
Oh, but the bomb getting value here.
Oh, but still 4 are alive. Heaven Sent. Oh, Rampage was just used, and
Oh no, yes, so the early cap was on the favor of Dav, but Heaven Sent immediately responds with the teamfight win, and Dav is shy of the more important tools that they would definitely want for this fight, because G-Clef, they don't have the Kitsune Rush, they don't have the Rampage, and Yoshinori 2K down again.
okay, something's going wrong with the AF all of a sudden. Ever since Clearkun changed into Jungle Queen on his own, Heaven Sent coming back strong, 42% already. This could be a total flip.
So,
There's
Daft doesn't
Dash.
have any offensive ultimates. Heaven Sent has Dragon Blade, so might be effectively countered by the sound barrier.
Rush from Pink Padel. Early on with the shout. And here is Irons.
Oh, High Vision down.
Oh, again, no barrier caught.
Wait! Barrier from Dav!
Slightly too late for my bang. Oh, man.
85%, meaning that this point will probably go on the way of Heaven Sent. But remember, G-Clef, Aaron didn't even use his Dragon Blade. Yes, Yoshinori 2K has
and
Dragon Blade of
Rampage
their
is coming
own,
soon.
but
So slightly more advantageous ult economy for Heaven Sent again, and the momentum is certainly there for them. Plus, the final point will be slightly more towards Heaven Sent too, in terms of the distance from the respawn. And DAF, either Yoshinori pulls off something amazing. Early blade.
Early blade, but
Can you get a few more? They're slashing, dashing.
Clear Kun!
Oh, what a teamwork play in that small room. This is how you play sometimes. You catch the opponent off guard in rotation. And that Rampage, as you are going to point out,
is not going to be there anymore. Yes, Clear
yeah,
Kun
2%.
casted the Rampage, but was denied by the burst damage on the side of Daf. So Arthur K now will be having their own Rampage soon.
So it's
but
Iron time. You make it possible to boot from Lucio, and it's not good at all. The dagger. Oh, Yoshinori actually caught off on the other side. The rush and High Vision on top in the meantime.
But I don't think Heaven Sent will be able to contest until Iron comes back. Zerzan very low. Will be having that bomb very soon and pretty much need it as soon as it's online.
Need to go in now and
Clear Kun falling
High
there.
Vision. The bomb will kind of be wasted because of no tank at the moment. So, but they still do have to go in. It's 70% now.
Oh, Ruby used the sound barrier, but was not enough to save Zerzan. So things are falling apart for Heaven Sent this time. This fight is getting a little sloppy on both sides here.
DAF pushing all the way, making sure there's no way for Heaven Sent to go around. Okay, Rupee will be there on just in time to.
He needs to touch a second time. Maybe a third time.
He's a Lucio overall. So boops away, and there it is. I-bang. Finishes on with style.
And that celebratory sound barrier for Ibang here. Daf definitely showing signs of life and map 4 and Suravasa here. I think this kind of backs up with what I've been saying. Yes, Heaven Sent has been dominant in both maps 1 and 2, but Daf has not been playing bad at all. And just that slight tweak to a little bit more fast, more quicker pace, a little bit more mobile composition, especially on Suravasa, a flashpoint map where mobility and maneuverability means a lot, was enough to tip things in their favor. Of course, Daf made a little bit of sloppy ult mistakes. Heaven Sent also made a lot of sloppy ult mistakes as well. But hey, in the end, Daf came up on top. They just probably would want to mind control themselves as, hey, yes, we kind of messed up a few ults, but it doesn't matter because we're going to start that reverse sweep. And for the side of Heaven Sent, they also have to go with that mind control mindset where, hey, well, yes, we did drop a map but that's because we made a mistake, not because they're actually better than us. So it's going to be a battle of mental fortitude for these two teams now.
Mentality will be very important as we go into more maps. And next will be push, finishing with Escort. If you go to the map number 5, all it took for DAF to come back was that one catch in the rotation, and that shot call early on, sometimes it is just onto the whoever's making that order, the shot call at the moment, hey, we should try this, and it works, and then immediately after DAF was able to find it back and win the first map off of, I think that might have been actually the first map off of Heaven Sent in this entire tournament, so that's already a big achievement. If you can come up with a win, it'll be even greater. So map number 4 coming up real soon, guys. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone, to Fall Series APAC. You are here at the right time, right place, because this winner's match just got a lot more interesting here, as we certainly do not have a 3-0, first of all. And we're going to see that first push between the best-looking two teams from APAC.
Yeah, so definitely DAF kind of presented us with denying that 3 Overwatch day, but
3 Overwatch.
Oh, New Queen Street. So this is, I think, it's been a long time since we've seen New Queen Street, because even if we went to all the way to push, we've seen a lot of Coliseum. But I'm really interested to see how New Queen Street develops, especially with the new meta, because a lot of teams that play the Zarya prefer Coliseum. But New Queen Street, it's a different ball game, and maybe there's also, like, we've seen a little bit of the Doomfist here as well. And maybe the Rhine, Risa, all viable in this map. So it's really interesting. I'm really curious to see what both teams, especially this is going to be Heaven Sent's map pick. So I have I'm just so curious to see what they have.
Yeah, depending on the players in the previous, we had some tracers, even some long range hit scans. So let's see what each team actually comes up with. I think the R3K's lucky charm today will be the queen.
Of course.
I think that's exactly why DAF, the line of thinking for DAF is thinking, okay, ever since we had the queen, things are working so great. Yoshinori on that tracer. High Vision was not caught in the Lucio sound barrier a couple of times, but was still okay. Was coming up with the mistakes with his own bandage for the team later on with the kills from High Vision.
Yeah, so kind of like elaborating a little bit more on the compositional side of things, I think DAF works a lot better with this little, like, I guess, more speedier composition with a lot of more pace. And Heaven Sent, like, they start with the Reaper, once again, the same with Suravasa. It seemed like they were having a little bit of difficulties of coping.
The dagger! Oh, that Jack Blade hitting the top. It's not as easy as it seems, guys.
The hitbox isn't as that big, so that's definitely something that needs a lot of aim. So I think it also proves my point that Heaven Sent is having a difficult time, a much more difficult time, coping with the speedier, I guess, quicker pace composition on the side of DAF.
And here's Heaven Sent, forcing them to come in to our distance so that the Reaper plus Zarya will be doing that short distance damage. That Poon off to the side.
Yeah, forcing out the Immortality field on the side. Oh. Okay, a lot of action going on both sides. So the Immortality field was forced out, but was answered by a kill on High Vision. So that's a lot of damage missing on the side of DAF. But Pally uses the Kitsune Rush to make sure. Oh, that was a close one.
Had to dodge with a jump off to the stairs, and even with the Matrix, has a sustain. Heaven Sent, Leave Iron did go down about 15 seconds ago, so slightly DAF will be having that first 5. Hold the barrier again, slightly too late. Or, yeah, I think the barrier did go off, and R3K was dead right before that.
Yeah, it was not an Ajax, but it was a little bit too late to save the tank. And also, there were no I guess, after that, there was no protection for Ibang to survive himself, because even with that Zaren barrier, it is not going to save you for long against a high-energy Zarya.
Yeah, on top of that, you have the Reaper, Sojourn, and also the entire team gathering around you. The focus fire from Heaven Sent it's way too much output sometimes.
Oh, that was really clever from R3K over there.
Can you even see through the leaves?
And also, you can contest the robot even on high ground, and the opponent being Zarya makes it a little bit hard to contest that. Oh, but a rampage from R3K, but R3K is very low. But how is he living? He's living on a sliver. Wow. Credit to Ibang and Pally for keeping R3K up, and R3K is answering by making kills happen. And what a win from DAF, because R3K was this close to being taken down.
And on top of that, R3K is drawing a lot of attention. But talking attention, it is the Tracer, which is not really seen in this meta. Yoshinori's output and harassing the Soldier and the Lucio, the backline supports, is actually quite disturbing from Heaven Sent. It's something that they haven't been testing too much.
Again, I think this is very similar to what's happening in Suravasa. Like, Heaven Sent, even with the Zarya comp, they are playing a slower version of the Zarya comp because they are playing with the Reaper. But let's just see this first, because Ivan is taken down. Also, Kiriko is taken down.
Okay,
There's no support, so RTK is down as well.
3 for 1, no support, no tank, just Yoshinori High Vision. DAF backs off all the way. Heaven Sent still having 4 members alive. We'll be pushing about at the same level.
Heaven Sent will be able to take that lead back. But the real question is, will they be able to cap? I think DAF should be able to contest before that cap happens. But as we were saying, G-Club, Heaven Sent is playing a slower version of the Zarya composition and is having a much harder time dealing with the Yoshinori 2K's Tracer.
And the Jungle Queen. Oh, there's the save with the field. Nicely done by Pinkadel. And grabbing
Good
turn early
grab
on.
surge on
R3K.
R3K.
Oh, good focus fire.
But is answered by Yoshinori 2K. Yoshinori 2K is doing wonders here, and Pally taking down Zero. That means no DPS output whatsoever from the side of Heaven Sent. And it looks like Daf is going to push to maybe take that lead back away, but no. Heaven Sent is regrouping, and Daf does not want to suffer any casualties at this moment right now, because this is going to be a very important fight, G-Club.
High Vision. Great pick off once again at a critical timing where DAF, they mostly had their team coming in. Now, Heaven Sent, they had to regroup big time. Even the Matrix was, I think, just used. Did not even get to see that much. So we're basically having neck and neck fights back and forth.
I think in this situation, like, whoever gets the first point 8 cap is going to
Early
be
barrier
very,
now
very
from
important.
iBang.
Okay, good sound barrier, but RVK also expended the Rampage, but no casualties on either side. This,
Yeah, the barrier was in perfect placement from Rupee again. Just leading that Rampage damage on 2 members.
Dav almost getting that lead. It looks
and
like they
this
will
is the
get
thing. Yoshinori's Tracer, not only that he's playing a great Tracer, first of all, it's making Clear Kun make a very hard decision that, do I actually need to use that bubble on this at this moment to go against that Tracer so I can get more energy? But the Tracer can always switch the target immediately and blink away, which just makes Clear Kun's job much harder when he's got the front line to cover and also the Tracer on the back. So where do you actually look? Do you just have to, you can't look 360 all the time.
Yeah, and that's actually, like, so the mind game is in favor of Yoshinori 2K, but so I think Heaven Sent, it's okay.
Yeah.
I was about to say that
Another
Heaven
huge
Sent
win.
can actually react to that by taking out the Chaser first, which they did, but the other members, especially High Vision, took out everyone out the side of Heaven Sent. So the balance is kind of broken here. Not only did DAF cap point A, they are going uphill. They are approaching the 100-meter push mark, which is going to be very crucial and going to be hard to recover on the side of Heaven Sent after that 100-meter mark.
So here's Aaron with the Genji, feeling that he needs to do something to get this match back onto themselves.
Oh, that's going to be a
here's
huge rampage.
That is it. No barrier. 4% off. 96 will be the old charge.
Okay, at this moment now, DAF is having their eyes on the full cap here. Yes, Heaven Sent does have the Kitsune Rush. They will have the sound barrier online soon.
iBang might just hit it early and force a big team fight.
They can, yeah, iBang could do that, or either they can.
Oh, they're backing off.
They can yes, because they don't necessarily have to use their ultimates, because they can wait until Heaven Sent uses theirs. They can disengage and use their ultimates when they have their advantage.
Both sides. And following up with, not yet, but there's a barrier from iBang early. Nice catch, immediately responded by Rupee. Now up to the tank and the DPS.
A lot of sustain for both sides, meaning that nobody falls yet. Iron very low, however, it does not fall. It looks like it is going to be another round of ultimates, but no, Yoshinori takes down Pink Patel, however, is punished.
One more. Wins that Sojourn fight. Pops that overclock early on.
With only 1 minute and 40 seconds on the table, Heaven Sent desperately needs to win this fight. However, Ibang takes that clear cone, and Rupert.
R3K responds, okay, DAF. Seems like they are able to do it. 125 left. We're getting close to that final minute mark.
And yet it is Daf pushing the bot all the way to the side of Heaven Sent again. So even though if Heaven Sent wins this fight, G-Clef, they have to win, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4, maybe 5 fights just to cap the point. Which is not going to be easy because it is going to be guaranteed overtime, and one team fight loss means that it's going to be match 5.
Yeah, that certainly has a lot of advantage, but Heaven Sent, they're a team, as I say, that High Vision Parley is... That's a good rampage, but the members are down for Heaven Sent.
So there's no follow-up damage. This is going to be
40
Daf
seconds.
Once again. This map may be over in less than 35 seconds, G-Clef. Of course, there will be the contest, last second contest from Heaven Sent. So likely going to be overtime. But remember, if Heaven Sent wants to win this, they have to win so many fights.
R3K, here's a blade from Iron, very low and gets picked off. No ults available for Heaven Sent. DAF has all the tools in the world to push all the way, and we might just get that point.
We're not even going to overtime. There's nobody to touch.
R2K Rampage. Rampage, there it is. There it is after the second point.
Oh, goodness. What a comeback from Daf. We're having a map 5, G-Clef. Map 5. After 2 3-0s, we are finally gifted a map 5 and an escort map.
Someone found the bell and rang the bell, said it's time for DAF to come back, and it's about this. It's going to be hard. How do you stop from? How do you stop R3K's Jungle Queen? That'll be the main issue. I think that's going to be one, and also Yoshinori's Tracer, which you're very not used to it because a patch was hit. Ever since a few patches, Tracer stopped appearing. And the Tracer basically disappeared for the last month. And can you really go back and get used to it and bring up the old team comp, which doesn't really fit your current practice team?
Well, to be fair, they were playing on the previous patch until last week.
Okay.
So they might have probably had a little bit of Tracer, and also the Tracer isn't unviable. It's unusable in this current patch. Remember, also in Contenders Korea, we've seen a little bit of Tracer taking that place, playing that same role as the Genji with taking a little bit less resources. But hey, still impressive performance from Yoshinori 2K and Daf all around.
Hey, I can't believe I'm saying this, guys, but after the break, we will have map 5. And welcome back, everyone. This map will determine the winner who will go directly into the grand finals of APAC or drop down to the lower bracket. Certainly, DAF. Where is that power source coming from? Is it the Tracer from Yoshinori or is it the Junker Queen from R3K? And can we still keep that in our remaining map?
Well, definitely, I think it's a little bit of both. To answer your first question, I think it's a little bit of both. Definitely, I think the speed and pace from DAF is a little bit too much for Heaven Sent, but we're going to Circuit Royale. This makes perfect sense for Heaven Sent because they do not want to see R3K's Junker Queen. They do not want to see Tracer coming out. Yes, maybe Tracer is viable in Circuit Royale, but it looks, by a normal, quote-unquote normal terms, you expect a lot of the Sigma on Circuit Royale. So basically what Heaven Sent is saying is that, hey, do you still want to play Junker Queen even on Circuit Royale? Because they don't.
I think there's a potential.
Yeah, because they don't want to go against Circuit Royale. They know that it is not a good map for Junker Queen because especially there are patches of very long, long straight pathways. And it's not,
which makes you very vulnerable to a lot of those long-range hit scans, and less of a hiding spot for the Junker Queen. And actually, you can't really you can't really jump, you can't really go farther away. So instead, looking at the right side of things, going back to
Yoshinori 2K.
Okay, Sigma. R3K just teasing us a little bit. And
Yeah, this makes a lot more sense than the Zarya. Because remember, like I said, the longer the corridor is, it's going to be harder for any composition that's not Sigma to close the distance without getting damaged to the point that they have to retreat or die in that sense. Oh, but okay, they're taking their chances.
Oh, 0.07 meters. I'm having flashbacks on this map.
I remember that from the
DAF.
Overwatch World Cup.
Can you? Much more than that 7 centimeters for sure.
Heaven
And-
Sent definitely wants to go for that poke. Look at that composition.
Okay, they spotted
All
Zarya.
5 of them are poke.
Yeah, the moment you spot Zarya, you might force yourself a little bit more back to save her position. Oh, that anti almost killed Clearcoon.
Good immortality field to save Clearcoon over there. But a lot is on this composition. Yoshinori 2K shoulder is very, very heavy right now because Yoshinori 2K's job is to close down the distance and get into the long range, I guess, snipers' faces because they're kind of vulnerable to the Genji flank. But
Oh, the damage is immense. The energy level is way too high. Even though Zero was able to get a headshot onto Genji, but that was only, okay, 2. Let's make that 2. But still, then where's their entire team?
that's still not going to stop DAF from
look at where
capping point A.
Pali's just sitting on the back. It's like,
Pally does not want to get
Are we
sniped by the
safe?
Widowmaker.
Is the sniper still there? but she's also a sniper.
Well, I mean, it doesn't one-shot people.
Technically, she's got extra darts too. But okay, Zero-san again onto Yoshinori. That's a 2 kill straight on. Now that's
Iron also taking down High Vision, so that means this is going to stabilize things a little bit. But with 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the time bank, Def is nowhere in a hurry right now. But
Yeah.
R3K has to be careful to not get staggered because that's going to feel a little bit weird. And that energy at 90 is going, like, if they lose that all that energy, that's going to be very, very problematic for Daf.
yeah, this uphill can be tough, but not if Pali and Yoshinori get those early kills.
Wait,
Quick
there's that
dive.
gravitic flux, but I don't think there's going to be any follow-up damage. Yes. Oh.
Minimal, but that's going to be about it. High Vision doing the rest of the job.
Yeah, that's not going to stop the payload from moving because, number one, the spawn is going to be very far away, and R3K, the Zarya with the energy and the Graviton Surge is going to threaten them. So they have to fall back and regroup as a team. But the important thing is that there's that choke point is in Daf's favor now. like that. That's a
Grabbing
decent
two.
Graviton Surge. However, the Dragon from the Hanzo trying to zone them out. Yoshinori 2K with that Nano Blade, but very, very low. Taken down without any kills, but High Vision is there to do all the damage.
All the attention away with that Dragon Blade, but High Vision doing some amazing work along with R3K, and the payload is almost... Wow! That capped the second point, and we already have 5 minutes extra time.
Oh, the DAFs has more time on the timing than when they started Sector Royale. So this is definitely going to feel good. Yeah, yes, DAF expended a lot of ultimates. However, Heaven Sent used a lot of their ultimates as well. So the only ultimate online for Heaven Sent is going to be the Amp Matrix. High Vision taking down, so that maybe DAF wants to regroup a bit, but no! R3K says, no, I'm strong.
Oh,
I am Zarya. Why not?
Well, the barrier not catching Yoshinori there, but still, Zarya is available. High Vision should be coming back soon with the power slide. Yeah, max energy. Getting maximum heal from the back.
Feeling very confident here, is almost on a 1v4.
Still making the push. Why is this Zarya not going down?
This ends now.
Okay, that does end now, but a lot of bolts used for Heaven Sent. The barrier, the overclock.
That's one.
Yoshinori 2K down. R3K also expended the
Okay, good chase down.
Graviton Surge, but did not profit any of it. And Zura is going to clean up. So it's going to be a total reset for the side of DAF, but they still should feel pretty good.
Yeah, that was required after using that many ults. Was able to grab 20+% right even after that. Yeah, DAF has to regroup. Ooh, the sleep dart right on the target.
Heaven Sent will...
Nano.
Right now, it looks like they want to do the Graviton Surge and the Dragon combination. That's probably going to
Nano.
be...
Oh, instantly gone even with that Nano.
So the Graviton Surge Dragon combo is not going to be available anymore, but it is still very valuable in the sense that they both used the Nano and took down the Genji.
So no more Zarya Genji, and we're back on the Queen Tracer. And yeah, I think this is a fitting comp towards the end, where you can have more moves.
What a shot from Iron there! But R3K shows that headshots, flashy headshots, it's not everything in the game.
Payload is getting too close.
This is getting a little bit too close for comfort. And remember, DAF is also having some key ultimates getting online. High Vision's overclock may be enough to zone out Heaven Sent. And after a few seconds in the fight, R3K will be having that rampage.
And that'll be the important moment and overclock early on. High Vision tried to go for the kill, and Matazzi Field gone, but cannot win again. Swing pat.
Our Visionary 2K takes down Arn. So that's all. That's two DPS
Tracer
down on the side of Heaven Sent. R3K with that rampage now.
And there it is, catching Clear Kun at least, but the back line, can Iron do the same with his own Tracer?
0.05
Might not be enough. Recalls all the way back.
They
Who's touching no one else? That is going to be 3 with 146. DAF with the momentum, they just snowballed. They had enough momentum, they actually snowballed uphill.
Yeah, they kind of
on this map.
They kind of struggled a little bit on point C, but it didn't really matter because they had such a big, large time bank from A and B. Wow. Let's look at this a little bit. Oh, like R3K was down to 23 HP.
Hey, can I switch my MVP? My MVP will be Yoshinori if DAF wins. Oh, what a display.
Join me, because I voted for Yoshinori 2K. Or did I? Yes, I did. My memory fails me because this is, I'm having such a...
But Heaven Sent still can make that miracle push work. 146. It's still doable, but DAF towards their first point and the second point, they just rolled near perfectly. And to match up to that speed, it might be a big challenge, as Heaven Sent, they've been losing the couple maps right before this.
Okay, Heaven Sent is actually trying to go with the attack Zarya. I'm not entirely convinced.
Clear Kun.
Maybe, okay. Maybe I think it's kind of a message from Heaven Sent that, hey, if Dav can make this work, I can make it work as well. But it
And Yoshinori.
Wait, Dav is on an ambush mission here. Oh, the bubble saved Iron.
Yeah, wanted to get the Carnage kill.
Okay, so I think
field
no
is
casualties
gone.
on Heaven Sent.
Oh, but that.
Dav gets punished for that ambush.
They were. Well, what can I say? They were gathered up together for a second, but if that ambush doesn't work in the first 2 seconds, it's usually a bad ending to the story.
Yeah, because on an ambush, it kind of works both ways. Because if you make that ambush work, then you have the element of surprise. But if they survive that element of surprise, that means you're deep inside enemy territory.
Yeah, it was also more of a welcoming surprise. Hey, welcome to the surprise party.
Hey, I found some guys to kill.
Hey, by the way, we have some presents for you. Some gift cards and Heaven Sent. They were like, oh, really?
Okay, back to the game. So Heaven Sent is already up to that corner. A few more picks, and that's going to be, I think that might be what's enough for capping point A. Yes, a few bodies on Dav.
Oh, even?
It's
Okay, this
trying
is,
to delay.
This is point 1. Unless Yoshinori. Okay, with the extra bubble, should not be able to grab more. Probably does escape, but that will be
Point A cap for Heaven Sent.
basically a highway. Oh, some more contest. Buying a few more seconds with Doomfist. And
Doomfist
here we go.
tried.
Who's next? There's Lucio, and then... Oh, the Shimada does not come. And
I mean,
escapes.
yeah, let me to his defense, he's at 88%, 92% Dragon Blade. He needs to farm that Dragon Blade and not die. So probably, because they know that Iron should be closing on to his own Dragon Blade, so they definitely have to match because they don't have any other ultimates that are there. Yes, there's the Katsuna there, and also the...
I heard Grafton Surge on the pillar. Yoshinori gone.
2K
No
down.
blade.
So I think Heaven Sent is coming back to what they were doing and good at in the first 2 maps, because they are identifying what the threats are going to be from Dav, and they're not scared to use like an ultimate on a single target if that target is going to be the main threat on their next team fight.
And here's Zeru on the side. Blade from Yoshinori with the barrier on both sides.
Oh, so this is going to be the fight of the Genjis. Nobody dies yet.
Both barrier, both
This ends.
blades are out. And overclock.
Oh,
Zeru
overclock.
finds one.
High vision very low. Yoshinori 2K to follow. R3K low as well. And that's going to be a wipe and an early point B cap. Hey, I thought Circuit Royale was a little bit defense oriented.
Especially the uphill where we just... Well, 5 minutes. Plenty of time for Heaven Sent. They're steamrolling this.
Pally also staggered, so Dav has to regroup once again in order to make a formidable defense here.
Now here is the comp that DAF has been making miracles work in map number 3 and 4, and the final point of the Circuit Royale.
Is it too late? Yoshinori 2K following.
There's High Vision now. He saved this ultimate for this moment, but not too impactful.
Clear Kun very low though, taking out High Vision.
Enough for that ultimate.
Okay, a little bit of stabilizing for the side of Dav. Heaven Sent probably just wants to full reset. No stagger, please. Okay, never mind. The staggers. So that's about like 8 seconds more time off the time bank for Heaven Sent. I don't think they'll be too concerned, but Dav, if they make everything line up correctly, they should be able to start engage with the Rampage. But I think Heaven Sent knows this. They're kind of focusing fire on R3K.
Rampage, 3-man. Oh, that was a pretty good response from R3K. Still alive, by the way.
Just getting started.
Yeah, so that chunks down about extra 30 seconds. Still 3 minutes and 30 seconds, a decent time bank. And now the ultimates are starting to come online for the side of Heaven Sent. They probably want to use the Graviton Surge, but not Yoshinori 2K with the sneaky pulse bomb. Doesn't even need it to take down Pink Patel.
Zero-san does respond with one, but cannot get an extra as the entire team is basically dead, except for you. Heaven Sent now. 2 minutes less on that clock.
Oh, it's going to be tragic if for the side of Heaven Sent of Yoshinori 2K.
Who deals with how on the Yoshinori's tracer? The back line has been very vulnerable.
Yoshinori 2K
No contest
harassing the
right
back
here. The
line.
pulse bomb misses,
pulse bomb
but-
goes wide.
And in the meantime, High Vision does a lot of work on the other side. Here's Iron with the Dragon Blade.
Oh, Dragon Blade
Almost catches one more.
producing a
Had to
lot
be
of
called.
value here.
Find that target.
Cybernetic
Finally
innovation
being able
is
to
fine.
win one team fight after the second point. Now we come down to this final moment. Unknown, 2 minutes and 20.
I think that should be able to stall a little bit because they should be having the High Vision overclock very soon.
Sound barrier up for both.
But High Vision has that overclock advantage, but not if RTK falls in between.
Oh,
Before
the
that,
barrier! The save him! And High Vision does press that big button on top.
so they'll stabilize. So this is going to guarantee that even if Heaven
was close.
Sent caps, they will have a worse time bank than DAF. So mission number 1 accomplished for the side of DAF. Let's see if DAF can stall a little bit more to stop, to prevent that full cap.
Less than 140 now, as Heaven Sent looking for that potentially last fight and maybe +1. No ultimates whatsoever. The closest one I can see is that Rampage from R3K.
Which is actually pretty close, by the way.
There it is, available.
Is
Pressing
that
in from the
Rampage?
corner.
Oh,
Three-man.
1.3. Oh, this is going to be... Wow, that was...
Also the rush from Pali. Let's see if that was all worth it. Because that was a team fight, but few numbers are coming up soon. And minute is enough to have one big team fight at least.
60 seconds.
Okay, but ultimates from the side of Heaven Sent need a little bit more time.
Gather up for the final 15 plus seconds.
Yoshinori 2K, if Yoshinori 2K manages to take a pick or a pulse bomb stick here, that may be crucial for DAF here. R3K falls. This is going to be
Pulse Bomb
messy.
gets Ash though, 4 for 4. And Pali gone, 4 for 3. Heaven Sent having extra member, still having Graviton plus that rush. Not even needed. Will this be it? They still have extra power in their pockets.
I think DAF should be able to make that touch happen, but Heaven Sent have 3 ultimates. So unless they
20 seconds.
mess up big time,
There's a rush. And Iron. There's
That's
a blade
gonna be-
outside. Gets one, gets even more. Oh, that falling into pieces. And Heaven Sent. They're going to match that number 3, and we are going to have some extra map number 5.
So yeah, it goes to extra innings on Circuit Royale. DAF definitely, well, wouldn't be too upset about that because they have a significantly better time bank with 2 minutes and 42, and with Heaven Sent only with 1. But hey, who knows what? I think.
Oh man.
I think as long as Heaven Sent can cap point A, this is a map where we've seen a lot of miracles happen. Even with 1 minute, with just like 1 or 2 good fights, Heaven Sent can actually cap point A. And after that, DAF might be on the actual back foot here.
Now it comes down to Heaven Sent push. With an extra minute. And minute's not a long time. You can barely get an ultimate if you don't hit the right target.
Like, I can definitely see that Heaven Sent agrees with you, G-Cloud, because they are going with the... I mean, they are hovering the Ashe and the Hanzo. They're not playing for ults here. They're playing for sniper kills because 1 or 2 picks is going to be very important in getting at least 1 more extra meter, and that's going to matter here.
8 seconds to finalize your team comp.
5, 4, 3.
I mean, I think Heaven Sent is still going with the Ashe and Hanzo. It makes perfect sense because they're down in...
Oh, Sonic just going to check because of that sneaky play from DAF early on.
Okay.
And then going back to Genji with Zarya makes sense.
This also makes sense, but I also think the Hanzo made sense as well because the pick potential is going to be very crucial when especially when you have just 1 minute on the table. Clear Kun cannot afford to die here.
Battlefield
One
keeping the
death
save.
may mean defeat.
Half of that time gone, 30 seconds remaining. Yeah. All they need is one big defense. This our corner. And we'll see.
The first corner is where they're going to be contesting. The railgun is not going to
10
find the
seconds.
head of Ash.
No casualties yet, but here we go.
Heaven Sent needs to make sure that they are touching the point. That's going to be the Kitsune.
They're slowing down.
2K falling first. Pally very low, but still manages to survive. Ibank 2. Pally falls. And yes, Iron is a casualty on the side of Heaven Sent. The Bob will be there for an extra body on the point and extra firepower. R3K falls. Bob is carrying this fight, and it looks like it is going to be Heaven Sent capping point 8. This is going to be very crucial here.
And we'll continue to push. Heaven Sent still alive and ready to go for that next point. Actually reached all the way. Clear Kun,
Pally
extra kill.
falling down again.
That's huge.
And remember, this is overtime, so this is a longer spawn time.
Uh-huh.
Hey,
What?
Ibank
The
dies from the
dynamite!
burn damage from the dynamite. So both supports
That's a long time
staggered
gone.
here.
They can basically have this free climb. Oh man, DAF. Now they're back, but no supports. Notice they only have 10%-ish.
Dav has ultimates on the board now. High Vision has
Early
Overclock.
overclock and the following rampage should be good enough. Oh, even before that, this overclock is good. And the rampage is basically wasted by DAF. They just have to press everything with the overtime.
It doesn't matter because Heaven Sent is wiped out of the map. However, Heaven Sent made a very impressive push. Not only did they cap point 8, but they also went they went through the first corner, which is pretty difficult to go by, to get past, like in itself. So even with 2 minutes and 42 seconds on the board here, they need to be at their best if they want to win this map.
High vision on that soldier can be quite deadly. Once you're pushing off, but having said, even with just a minute, we're able to push 46 meters, and that's quite impressive.
Yeah, Zersan's staggers on the two supports on Pally and Ibank was very crucial there. And it looks like Heaven Sent will be defending with the Ash once again. Torbjorn, not the Genji this time.
Hello.
Maybe they're expecting DAF to play Genji because the Jungle Green Tracer came in for the third point, not for point 1-2.
Is that a problem?
So that might be the response.
I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea, especially because Daff is running the
But
Tracer.
when you open the box,
High Vision, will they be able to make a kill?
okay, still keeping the Tracer. And Tracer actually going back into the spawn, or was it High Vision?
It was High Vision and swapping to the Sojourn. Pally very low. Pally needs to be very careful. First corner.
And a switch into Genji, so no Tracer. They've had to spend about 20 plus seconds on that though. After checking the team comp. Torbjorn.
High Vision would definitely want to make a pick in.
There's
There
one kill.
he gets it.
Oh man, this guy's on fire. No one's stopping 4 kills in just matter of seconds.
Oh dear. Well, at least the good side, I guess, bright news for Heaven Sent is that they probably should have enough time to contest before point 8 cap. Because it's not overtime yet, they have the timers ready. They should be able to touch, and yes, Zerza on the Genji no less is in a position to contest and try to maybe get some picks to their favor.
130 left for DAF. Continuing to make the push. Focusing on Genji. With the bubble, was able to survive
Ibank
and make it
down.
back.
That's bad news for Pally down as well, so Dav has to reset. Yes, they do have 1 minute remaining, excuse me, but it looks like Pally has to
yes.
make the Kitsune
Oh,
rush
this is
work
going to
somehow.
This is going to be close.
This is gonna be very
Yeah,
close,
a lot
G-Club.
of 60-70% ready to go.
Oh, High Vision taking down the stagger is so crucial here,
That's a
G-Club.
respawn messed up for DAF. They need to make it work with the 4 remaining. Early rush had to be used.
What was it?
Yeah, and then finally, R3K. Okay, couple more kills.
Coon with high energy and the Graviton Surge. The Graviton Surge is there.
The response is pretty nice. There's a
They're
play.
using everything.
Zero.
Here. They know this is going to be the most important part.
24 seconds. High Vision is back on ground. DAF continues to push.
This Clear Coon knows that he needs to touch. He is going to swap to
That
the
destination
Doofus.
is right there around the corner. DAF, they're so close. 17 seconds. I think we're going overtime regardless.
R3K.
Doofist.
Oh,
Oh, immediately
no!
take it down. And that Doofist, can you make it work? There's a rampage. Everything pressed from DAF. A lot of members were gone for heaven's sake. DAF is going to take it and win. Go straight to the grand finals with a 3-2. Finally taking the revenge after so many losses against Heaven Sent.
And this is a reverse sweep, no less. G-Clever Dav lost control. They lost Lijiang Tower. They lost Hybrid. They started to wake up in Flashpoint and went up onto New Queen Street. And on Circuit Royale, they finally nailed it. They finished their revenge, and they are waiting. They are waiting at the grand finals now.
Oh my god. What just happened in APAC?
It was a very epic battle. We did not know which team was going to win until the very last fight, because it was close for DAF. It wasn't a stomp. Even though DAF had a lot more time on the time bank, Heaven Sent did play very well in picking out the supports on the side of DAF, and they made a lot of staggers. However, the ultimates that DAF had was enough. Like, R3K's Rampage was very good, and High Vision was very key. The Sojourn headshots, not just on the attack, but on the defense, on the overtime, on the extra rounds defense against Heaven Sent was so clutch. And I don't know who's going to be the player of the match for this match series specifically, but if you just look at Circuit Royale, it definitely has to be Yoshinori 2K. Oh, yeah, High Vision. Excuse me.
High Vision's Sojourn and the disruptor shots were insane. The overclock, of course, along with R3K. This team, ever since that Junker Queen, just a total different team. Junker Queen plus that Tracer, they started to have the momentum from that Flashpoint Suravasa, and then High Vision coming on top. There's going to be R3K though.
Well
of the
deserved.
match.
Yes, High Vision was very impressive on Circuit Royale and a lot of maps as well. But however, R3K, remember, this team was struggling in map 1 and 2, and as soon as they swapped to a more pacier Junker Queen composition with the Tracer, they worked wonders. It looked as if they were a different team. The target acquisition, the target focus, and the tempo of this team was a totally different team.
Certainly, this highlight will be one of the longer ones, because I would love to see this highlight all the time. And here's Circuit. Oh man, high energy Zarya keeping the team alive all the time. Plus, this Junker Queen whenever there is a chance.
And what's so impressive about the R3K's Junker Queen is that Junker Queen's ultimate, the Rampage, is a very easy ability to disable or interrupt. But this means that he has so much of a good awareness on what abilities that might threaten his Rampage, and then he waits or just figures out which timing that Rampage would be most effective and uses to full effect. Because whenever he uses the Rampage, it's at least a 2-man, 3-man, maybe sometimes a 4-man Rampage.
Yeah, you're expecting the opponent to come at the exact angle that you want. And what a comeback from DAF from down 2-0 in a reverse sweep, going into extra mile into that circuit Royale. It's quite rare to go to that extra mile for that escort, but we did have one on the best final map with the two best teams at the moment from APAC. Now it's Heaven Sent going down to the lower bracket. I did not imagine coming into this day here, and DAF finally did have their revenge after losing against them twice.
Yeah, so I definitely did not wake up to expect Heaven Sent going to the lower bracket here, but it is what it is, and Heaven Sent will be waiting for quite a while as well until so. If you look at the bracket here, Barrel will be going against Invincible to figure out which Japanese team is the best in APAC for the fall series here. And then we have Forward Face going against NGUK, and the winners of these matches will be going against each other to figure out who is going to meet Heaven Sent, in turn, who is going to go against Staff in the Grand Finals.
Well, we have a new team going against DAF on the last day, the last match of the last day. Or is it going to be the rematch again with these two teams that just played? We'll find that out on the last day. But before we do have a lot more matches to be played on the lower bracket, because Veryl hasn't seen that for a long time, but they will be back to go against another Japanese squad, Invincible, and Fortnite Fate versus NGUK. So lots of exciting Overwatch will continue to happen in APAC, and that's what Contenders is all about.
Yeah, and also tomorrow, one exciting news is that we will be having a new pair of casters coming in, and very somewhat familiar. Opar and Papadaka will be bringing you the action for APAC. These guys have been casting APAC for quite a while, and I have total faith that they will give these matches justice because, man, these matches are going to be hype. A lot of stakes are going to be on this matches tomorrow.
Yeah, especially after a match like this, the momentum and the hype will continue, and they will certainly deliver, guys, as we had some amazing talent lineup for APAC and Korea for Contenders. It is just amazing times with these players showing this much momentum. And dude, I could just see the aim at the final second for all the players just shaking their hands. The level of intense at that moment is just through the roof, and still that's what it takes for you to be a player at Contenders Fall Series APAC to come up on top. You just need to keep yourself calm and collected, even when things are that dire, that crazy, serious, until the last second, until you actually come up with a win.
Yeah, exactly. Especially, like, I really want to phrase the players of DAF here because they probably felt the tension because they were down 2 maps. Like, every mistake that they did after that could have led to them just losing. Like, whether it be a 0-3, 1-3, 2-3, they defied all the odds and overcame that and won. And I'm so, like, yes, R3K did a really good job, but I had to have a little bit of recency bias here and high vision with that Sojourn on Circuit Royale. What a beautiful play.
Some beautiful Overwatch today. Of course, we did have early on 6blow and Fade dropping out from the tournament, but everyone from the chat and everyone watching, please give a round of applause for all the players who did make a brilliant effort to play their best to go make it through the tournament. Of course, they're knocked down today, but still, let's see where they are headed in the future, individually or as a team. But we will continue with more teams, and it's a competition. Some teams has to drop, some teams will go up. And at the end, we just have 2 more days. Too bad we only have 2 more days. I wish APAC continues forever, every day, every weekend.
And I don't want to be the bearer of sad news, but today is actually the last day for us in APAC.
Breaks my heart. But we'll be actually back with the, I believe, playoff for Korea in just a few weeks.
So we'll be back for Contenders Korea,
worries.
but this is going to be curtains for us for APAC. Thank you so much. I want to thank the viewers in chat. You guys, yes, you guys on chat.
You guys are the heroes.
So Matt, so much for having us in APAC. We started our first cast in APAC, and it's been quite a ride for 2023 APAC.
Yeah, thank you, Unknown, for a huge amount of improvements through the journey. And
Thank you,
also
G-Clef.
pairing up with me with the chemistry has been growing up. And also A lot of compliments from the chat and everyone. Thank you so much for your attention. And also, continue to support all the teams and the players because we are going to continue with a few more weeks of Fall Series 8-Pack. And this will be it for closing for today. But we'll continue with 2 more days. And let's see who comes out on top after those dates. And also, Korea will also continue next week with week number 2. So a lot to follow. As long as you continue watching Contenders, you won't be missing anything if you watch everything. So that's a good hint that you should be watching everything from Overwatch Contenders Fall Series. But for us, that's going to do it. That's Unknown. I'm G Clef. Thank you guys for tuning in and see you then.